3 watching already. Hello. Aunt Orda, how you doing? Coin Collector, Ohio. Been a while, bud. How you guys doing? Working? Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I guess not. I guess you're lucky. I was just in a stream a minute ago. You're kind. You're always up. How you doing? Mr. Popzilla's channel? Huh, I must not have subscribed to him. I didn't see anybody up lately. Tired? Well, it's kind of early or late for most of us. These are my playing hours. This is when I get the most work done or get the laziest and talk a lot. But lots of fun either way. Have fun showing everything off. I actually have some real big trades in the works right now. This is actually a semi-key. 54. Oh, one dime. AU58's like $390, I think. Something like that. Yeah, it's sad because I don't believe there's a coin shortage. I think it's just another ploy in the government's lineup for us. And I just worry what's at the end of it all. Michael Kittle, I thought you were gaming without going online or something. And I did see you and your sister gaming. She doesn't cuss hardly at all. You must have warned her. Darren. I just watched a bunch of your videos, Darren. Appreciate all the music stuff. Pretty talented. Lemonhead, how you doing? Melissa. Oh, there's a whole group of you up. My goodness. Don't you guys have anything better to do? Yeah, on her best behavior. And she can shoot, too. I could tell she was having fun. It was fun to watch. Well, glad I jumped on here. I almost didn't. Of course, I got a bunch of stuff to get done for a big trade I'm doing, but I felt like taking a break. So I just watched a really spooky video. Oh my gosh, this spearfisher was diving around this one area and had a shark come out of nowhere and get him. He didn't even see it coming. Took a big old chunk out of his calf. And oh my gosh, how those guys cannot just panic and take off. I would have gotten eaten because I would have been swimming for the boat in a heartbeat. But nope, they held their own. He held his calf together with one hand and his spear gun with the other. It's like, holy cow. Oh yeah, I was just showing it off. It's pretty cool. I've got a video in the works for both of them, both sets. Yeah, you did great. It was safely wrapped and Oh yeah, they smell food. Yes, they do, and they just wait for the minute you stop looking. Yeah, I left a big comment saying that I have a secret weapon. I would have a natural brown inking system, and I would have blinded the shark. Then I realized, well, actually, that's not a natural thing. That's something most of us would do naturally. But holy cow, and the boat was quite a ways off. He had to get one of the other divers to help him swim backwards to it while they were protecting themselves. Yeah, I've never used my inking abilities before, but I know it would have been in use during a shark attack, guaranteed. Well, I gotta admit, I've eaten enough sharks. I probably have it coming. Shark tacos, oh, one of my favorite foods when I was out there. Uncle has a commercial fishing boat, and you know, lunchtime and dinner, we'd always have fresh shark for tacos and similar. It was pretty wonderful. So catching mahi and a whole bunch of other stuff right there. Doing his run from top of California. Well, of course, we're quite a ways out, and then all the way down to the Mexico line. I always say dolphin fish, and my poor grandkids panic. You eat dolphin? How could you? Because they've all swam with dolphins. It's like, no, it's totally different. It's dolphin fish. But in reality, when you first pull them up, they're like a fluorescent neon sign. They are just breathtakingly beautiful. They're also extremely delicious. We left food out. Sounds like something I do. I've lost more good food that way. I always get a rotisserie chicken and start munching on it, and then a couple hours later I go, oh crap. Yeah, there's some fish I eat. A lot of it I don't care that much for, but when I don't like, well, some crayfish and crab and stuff, but most of the rest of it, like clams and oysters and stuff, don't really care for that. So you busy putting sets together, Michael, or you want to come up and chat? Yeah, I figured. I don't know how you can still be stapling though. My hand would have given out 100 coins ago. You need one of those pneumatic staplers that you just slide it under and push the button. It does four staples at a time. That probably wouldn't be that hard to come up with, but oh, that's not bad. You had what, 300 plus of that smaller one, didn't you? So cool. So for those of you that don't know what we're talking about, Michael had a whole bunch of Swiss silver, some beautiful Swiss silver. And some pretty good grades, mostly MS65 or close, some a little better. And for some reason, every time he put one up on the microscope, it was just a breathtaking coin. It's a fun video. If you guys didn't get a chance to catch it, you should go check out the whole video is what, 3 or 4 hours long, I think, but you'll get the gist of it from the first part. Yeah, Michael did really good on his last trip to the coin shop. Got some beautiful stuff. And what was that other one, Michael? Was that a full kilo of foreign silver? Stuff I would have picked up if I'd have been there. Yeah, a lot of the foreign coins, most people never see them in, better condition or, extra fine or better. Sure makes a difference. Just like the Barber coins, what most people see, they just aren't that good looking. But you get extra fine and higher, and they're gorgeous. Coin collection and more. How you doing? David Carlisle, welcome. Doing pretty good. And trying to finish up a trade I'm doing. Now I need a couple really good coins, but I have such a hard time giving up coins. I have to go through everything about 10 times. So that's 100 coins times 10. Pretty frustrating. But I'll get it done. So I'm kicking myself. The guy I was trading with had a whole bunch of boxes of circulated half dollars, quarters, nickels, and pennies, and asked me if I wanted any of the boxes. And of course, I don't really go through that stuff, so I said no. I was just after the original bank wrap. Now I kick myself. Everybody's looking. Nice to see you guys all on here. I been really enjoying streaming again. Didn't think I missed it as much as I actually have. It was just so frustrating streaming with that camera was bouncing all over the place. It did good until it warmed up, and it warmed up fairly quick, so. Yeah, I've already paid, more than double for them, so just picked up a box of 2020Ds for pennies and a bunch of the quarters. But I would imagine when people can't find anything else, yeah, they'll start resorting to the new stuff. Just be careful because the longer you hold on to it, it'll probably go up in price quite a bit. Oh, I'm interested in barber quarters. I need to finish my book. Thank you, Melissa. Melissa, would you like to come up? Yeah, and that's true what Michael is saying at the halfway point. I think they normally have quite a bit ready for the very beginning of the year, but like for West Coast doesn't see a lot of that for a while. East Coast seems to get them first, or at least that's what I've noticed. So I know the 2020D pennies were going for $100 at the beginning of the year, but not that many people were finding them. Oh yeah, postcards, photographs, Civil War letters, Civil War journals, um, tin type albums, uh, antique history books on presidents' history, American wars, um, and about 2 dozen other things. Did I say postcards? Antique toys. Yeah, lots and lots and lots of stuff. Antique knives, stamps. Banking supplies, antique uh, coin roll holders and stuff that the banks used to use behind the counter, the coin stacking trays, the coin wrapping wood. Uh, they're kind of like a helper roll wrappers, and even oh, I only had one of the antique coin rollers, but if I could find them, I would certainly collect more of those. Hey, no worries. How about you, Lemon? You want to come up and chat? Been nice. I forget whose stream we were on when I was chatting with you last time. Nice to get back in touch. Yeah, and in my garage, I have all types of exotic woods that I've collected over years of running a shop, furniture shop. I have some pretty neat exotics, even some really rare stuff. So, coin collection and more. What do you collect? What other hobbies do you have? Oh, did I mention antique cameras? That's a pretty good size collection. And a lot of them are my great 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 grandparents and stuff. Had I'm like the sixth generation photographer. I actually used to do the darkroom processing and stuff. Lots of fun. Hey, I understand. I figured you were busy. Yeah, I do have a lot of really neat stuff that would work great for guitars. So a lot of the root woods and stuff that have just ridiculous grain on them and stuff, and some of the purple woods and Bubinga and some of that stuff's pretty cool. So, and actually, one of my great uncles did beautiful guitars and violins and just did a fantastic job and was quite a musician. I see all these people who are musically inclined, and it's like, yeah, I took so many years of music and never was successful. Just like my Spanish abilities. Yeah, I can say enough to find my way to the bathroom and stuff, but and order food. And for the 6 years or so in Spanish, I should be able to do a lot more. A 65 Polaroid. And my grandfather had one a little bit older, I believe, but it was a really big deal. And I think it was like a medium format camera, so it was quite a bit more expensive. But yeah, I have tons of photos from that. So, and in 91, well, I was using a Polaroid in the 80s with my daughters. And I wish I had my comic books still. My sister stole all that stuff. Yeah, it's frustrating, Melissa. I should know so much more Spanish. And it's funny because my son-in-laws, I mean, some of their family members, that's all they speak. And I can keep up enough to understand kind of what they're talking about and stuff, enough to not walk away. But when it comes for me to reply or answer something, it's like, So that's weird. I do understand it a little more than I can speak it. All right. Thank you for the heads up. And my room's normally fairly G anyway, so most people know that. My grandkids watch most of my videos. Yeah, that's my problem too, Melissa. It's like they don't put it in the same order we do. And it's really hard to do it that way. Yeah, coin collection and more. I actually have a video of some of my family cameras. If you're interested, I'm sure the old Polaroid is in there. I know the nicer ones from the 70s is in there. And 80s they came out with that real nice leather bound one. I have a couple of those. But yeah, there's a pretty good video with my cameras. So I actually have a 5D, D5, I forget which way it goes. Canon, same camera that was their big one, the Mark III. No worries. Coin collection and more. I can don't know how much you know about the YouTube stuff, but I've got to be really careful because they can cause me a lot of issues if someone under 18 is in words and conversations go the wrong direction. But no, you're welcome here. So it just sometimes helps that somebody mentions it just to make sure people are in their best behavior or don't go wrong directions with the conversation. But yeah, let me raise my camera. I'll show you guys what I got from Michael. Let's see if I can do this without hurting everybody's ears. Make sure, oh, yeah, there's personal information right there. Goodness. Almost gave away all my credit card information. Let me check here, make sure I don't have nothing else. I don't know why I do that. I always put my private personal stuff right where my camera is. Okay, the rest looks okay. I even had my stream camera go sideways on me and pointed right at one of my bills. It's like, oh man, it was even across the room, but came in focus. Okay, guys, here's one of the things I got from Michael Kittle. I'm a Capital Plastics person. I love the Capital Plastic stuff, and to find a Lincoln head is very difficult. I've been looking for a long time. I actually gave up because I just figured I saw something that somebody had custom made, but nope. So that's 38. Yeah, too bad I didn't have the 1909 SVDB one. Oh wait, I do. So those are pretty cool. Lincoln heads. So I hope I still get to keep them once my grandkids see them. I have a feeling they're going to want to keep them. And then here's something that's really cool that I got. So this is Varieties and Oddities. And 57D to 57D. So there's 70 coins here that are varieties, oddities. I think errors too, but I haven't gone through it enough to really be able to decipher it all. But it's pretty neat. There's some really neat lamination problems and some of the let's see if I can find them. I'm going to do a video soon with these. And the neat thing is, like this one, there's 7 stages of this one. Full B, so it's, let's see if I can do a close-up. So it's the filled B in Liberty. And it gets bigger and bigger as we go, which is kind of cool. And if you see the little red lines, that's him marking where the issues are. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Somebody had a lot of time on their hands, and me and Michael were talking about this. I think this guy, if this one is marked number 6, I don't know what year he started from, but it really makes me wonder how far he went. And some of the coins that are still a little red are from the 50s. Let's see here. Here's the number 3 one. So we have an idea of just about how old some of these are. Yeah, labor of love for sure. Either that or somebody with, was he in jail? No, I don't think they'd have given him any of this stuff, but pretty cool. Maybe somebody lived out in the boondocks. Oh, and the wrinkled coins. And let me lower the camera again. And I might need to up my light a little bit. But some of the wrinkle coins are really cool. There's a couple of them. Let's see. There's a flaky. Oh, there's a better one. There's a lamination error. Cool stuff. I just wish I had the 55 one. Phantom 5. Yeah, I don't know. I need to go through them, Lemon, and really check them out. I don't know my errors and varieties well enough to be able to figure out. Oh, and the clipped ones, 1/30th. I think 1/10 is the best one, right there. But interesting. Oh yeah, I'm sure he had. Well, there's so many of the. Well, and in fact, let me find. Get your guys' opinion, because there's some really neat. It's like machine doubling, but just really extreme and unique. If I can find it. Yeah, fun purchase. I just love stuff like this. I think it was a 58 or 7 rather. Because he has a couple marked double strike. Yeah, let me shut off my light. So some pretty unique ones. The other one I was thinking of is even more so than this. And then he has a bunch that are thick dates. So pretty cool stuff. Oh no, I know it's machine, but one of them's really unique though. I mean, it's huge. All the same direction like this one, but quite a bit more. So I have 140 coins with varieties that are oddities. So it's kind of cool. So just look for the pink or the red lines. It's normally pointing like that one's the fill on the B. Same thing with this one. It's just progression. Some of them, well, like that's number 6. So this one's a full B on Liberty. And then you get to the start of this, number 1, and it just barely shows a little tiny bit of the fill and just progresses through. Pretty cool. It's really neat. And look how nice and red that one is. Alrighty. I have one on photos too. I think that's still public. Yeah, really cool. I'm had a lot of fun looking through it, and I've barely uh, been through them all. When I do the video, I'll do some nice close-ups and just do one board at a time. And he's got a lot of the different placements of the mint mark and variations. A lot of fun. Would have loved to have the rest of the collection, though, I tell you that. I would have gladly paid for that, Michael. And if he collected this kind of stuff, you imagine what his prize stuff was? You imagine what he came across going through this many coins back then? Oh my gosh, I can only imagine his prize items. So, and in these dates, I'm sure that 55 DDO would have been, one of the coins he had. Yeah, it's a shame they didn't keep it together. But I'm sure that's why. I'm sure they had some money on a few of them. And how you explain to the person you're trying to sell them why that one coin's missing and they didn't give you a chance to get it all as a set. Easier just to sell it and not deal with it and tell Michael you have a couple boards for him. Yeah, wouldn't that be great to see a full set with a large cents or half cents? Yeah. So, and how many did he have? Did he have Flying Eagles and 2 cents and all that stuff? Somebody who gets this involved, I bet he did. Maybe that's why that bag was so good, huh, Michael? Yeah, and that's the fun thing to think is if somebody took that much time to do the variety and oddities boards, and these were probably, third or fourth in line for his favorite items. Yeah, pretty cool. And how old was he in the 50s? Was he an old man in his 80s or so? Been collecting coins since well before the turn of the century. Yeah, fun stuff. So it was a fun purchase. I love stuff like that. So, and even the little simple varieties or oddities, I just, I love that kind of stuff. And what helps me is once I see it, if I have it in hand and take really good looks at it up close, that sometimes or 10%, 5% goes in my head and I remember. So it helps the next time I see it. Or at least some of those oddities that he's listed, I'll be paying more attention for as I go through my coins. Luckily, these are all pennies, so that's right up my alley. Oh, yeah. Someone that probably could have wrote his own book. And you get that detailed with that slide of differences. Yeah, I can imagine. And you imagine the coins that he didn't include. It's like he had 24 different varieties of that filled B, but decided just to go with 7. I wouldn't be a bit surprised. And Michael, had you shown these before? I know Melissa mentioned that she'd seen them before, but I don't think I ever saw them before. Pug nose. Oh, sorry, I gotta look at the pug nose. This camera sure does a good job. And right now my light is on 5%. So pretty cool to do such low power and still have such good light. Yeah, interesting. I'll watch it be some famous author we'd all recognize, right? Too bad he didn't sign them. That'd have been worth 10 times more or more. Well, I did find some of my quarters. Let me see. Did I keep those close? Doesn't look like it. So I did find a bunch of my Ender. I have like probably 30 to 40 rolls of Enders from pulling the first couple coins out of all my rolls. Some of them are pretty cool looking. Yeah, not sure what I did with the rest of those quarters. And it's so funny, on one of my streams, I found a bag marked high grade 66 and 67s and start going through it, and it's like, oops, that must have been at the very beginning of my grading, because boy, was I off and embarrassed to show them. Yeah, I haven't seen Mr. Pug either. Yeah, very interesting. I love it. Appreciate it a lot. And if by chance you ever do come across any other boards, I'm definitely interested. Of course, you know I'm a sucker for most of it. And I really am. Especially like the coin rolls at the tail end of my collecting. It's like I was buying stuff I knew weren't original Bancraft rolls, but just doing it for hoping that, you know, one or two of the rolls would be, and pay a lot more than I should have. But hey, that's what it's for. Yeah, Donna's talked to us about that. No. Uh-oh, here comes Michael. Put away the good stuff. Pull out all the stuff that we have set up. No. Actually, that's the one thing, Michael, that you're very lucky for, is getting the wool pulled over your eyes is probably extremely difficult. You've looked at enough better coins to know better. Of course, I don't know what you're a sucker for. I'm sure there's a few things out there. Well, we know the 1909 stuff, but even on that stuff, I mean, you were getting top pops and better colors and stuff. So you got a good eye for it. I've never seen anything in your coins and on your website that wasn't stuff that I would want for myself. Even the foreign stuff is like the colors and quality. It's always stuff I would pay for if I was into that part of it or had the money. Well, and some of the stuff like that one from the one bell and those kind of things. Yeah, I guess you're taking a chance on it, but there's such a huge significance for that type of stuff that you just need to find the right person or advertise properly, and you'll find the people out there interested in that stuff. People that collect coins for so long that they start doing historical types and the extra rare or unusual. Yeah, there's a fair amount of those people out there. Oh, I think I know where those quarters are. Just a second. Well, if you guys hear a big crash, just give me an extra minute or two. Hey, I did find it. Of course, I pulled the bag upside down. That's opened up. Found a whole bunch of my buffalo nickels I've been missing. A half a little Ziploc bag full of almost full horns. Some older dates. That was fun. Yeah, we didn't know you were a farmer, Michael. Your old world talent really shows through. Let's see here. Well, that's interesting. That one shows up as a kind of like a fog on the coin. It's all yellow to me. So I see a lot of the mint sets from, well, not normally 69, but 1971 has a ton of them that are milk coins. Maybe that's what this was. I grabbed out of the wrong bag here. Well, I'll be darned, that one doesn't show up. I'm so disappointed. You can see the blue starting to show up. The whole coin is that color. Oh, I'm disappointed. Well, still a few coins that don't show up. And that makes me wonder, are these unnaturally toned? Is that why they don't show up? Is because they are coins that have issues? Well, that one shows up pretty good. It's a little bit brighter, but that's pretty darn close. If I can keep my spotlight out of it. Oh, Melissa. Yeah, that's something my daughter was always capable of doing was, the major medical classes. I don't know. I mean, I watched it on TV and stuff, and that's probably what got her to start watching it and getting into it. But I mean, she took a couple years of college for. She was after becoming a neonatal nurse, but went through all those really tough classes first, where they find out who has the stomach for it and who doesn't. She passed all that with flying colors. In fact, she's one of the ones that can sit there and eat her lunch while doing it. And I did used to eat dinner and stuff while watching some of the medical surgery shows and stuff, but it was never anything that was like extremely bad. Just, you know, I was around a lot of hunters too, so that's probably the reason for that one. Yeah, there's a couple neat ones. That's something my daughter liked doing, was being the first one to do it and gross everybody out and hold it up to their faces. Yeah, and she always either had something already dabbed under her nose or plugged up. Normally just dabbed. So that would get me. I don't think I could eat if I was smelling some of those things. So this one's really unusual. The toning's really cool if I can get close enough. Well, it shows up pretty dark. There's actually a few pastel colors in there. Kind of see it once I get it in the flash. But the other side's pretty minimal. I actually like this kind though. I like the ones that you can tell there's something good is coming down the road. Just got to hold on to it for 10 or 15 years. And that's why I put it in the airtight, because I wanted to slow that process down to make it a better, richer color. I always believe that you let it take its time, it turns out a lot better. I don't think I showed any of this stuff because I didn't have those quarters. So I showed a bunch of dimes the other day, but that one was a little less dramatic than it is in hand. That one's got a nice yellow all the way across, but not showing up the way I see it. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. A lot of these coins were in my older collection, and there was stuff in there that shouldn't have been, like capital plastic holders, the 2x2 ones, and that kind of thing. So one of them might have been over the whole coin. And then I shouldn't have had, you know, dimes and quarters with like the steel pennies and the silver nickels and that kind of thing. So that might have been part of it. I've learned that lesson the hard way, but still have evidence of it. Thanks, Darren. Yeah, Lemon, when you talked about it, I almost said something. And for that price, you'll have to show me if you really want to get rid of it. Because I wouldn't have a problem paying that if it's like you said it was. Yeah, that was whatever stream we were in when I was chatting with you. Somebody had brought that up. And then you started to explain it. I've bought a lot of Canadian dime collections because of how much they tone. And the same thing with the older Mercuries. And I think a lot of the Mercuries were probably cleaned and they get that just ultra beyond normal oil slick kind of toning. That's what I always compare them to. And that's being cleaned with what, like Windex products, ammonia products. Yeah, and Darren, see, I'm a dime guy to start with, the dimes and half dimes, but the dimes, a lot of my dimes are, full bands, so the quality's up nice and high and makes a huge difference to see it in those conditions, especially like the Mercury dimes. Mercury dimes in real high grades are just breathtaking. Um, well, that's close to a real nice one. Just a little off. But yeah, I really enjoy them. So a lot of these airtights I need to replace because my grandkids have been playing blocks with them for so long. They're pretty scratched up. Even my Morgans, if you guys look closely when I'm showing my Morgans, you'll see all these marks on them from them basically playing dominoes with them. But I think it's how my grandkids kind of linked to my coin collection because they all love them a lot. Yeah, Melissa, I remember you saying it's one thing we have in common because yeah, they're way up there on my list. They really love the seated ones too, but it's just a harder collection to collect. So, what's your favorite lemon? Your favorite U.S. coin? It's so tough because there's so many. What, there's 80 almost 90 coins, I think, or 92 types of US coin, and that doesn't include like the flowing hair and some of those really expensive first ones. But flowing hair, that one's way up on my list. And I've seen some of the dollars that were really cool, but I saw a beautifully toned half dollar that just, oh, breathtaking. But it was like a couple $100,000, I think. Yeah, I know. And it's obvious you're a penny guy, hence the name, but sometimes that's just because we have so many of them. And like the Flying Eagle, there's another one that catches me. I love the Flying Eagles. But I also like the Indians, so very difficult to pick. I think as a young man and a kid, it was always the odd denominations that caught me, especially the half cent and half dime. And the 3 cent silver, oh my gosh, I just get a big kick out of that one. The 3 cent nickel, not so much. That one, it's nice and all. I even have it in nicer grades, but that's one of my least favorites. It just seems like a coin that never really got finished. Yes, Michael, I agree with you. Yeah, and chain sense, yeah. Yeah, it does, but those ones are so beyond most people. And here's one of my silly likes. I just love the near black or all black coins. I've got some that have kind of a satin, high polished sheen to them that are just gorgeous. But yes, some of the colonial things, yeah, there's some pretty neat stuff. I meant modern, more modern than that. Well, in the Spanish coins, are the start of all of it for US. I really like those too. So, and I was trying to collect enough to give my grandkids some, and it's like, I always wanted one that was I couldn't afford. That one's kind of cool. Yeah, there's so many. It's really tough, and some of the coins from Europe were absolutely gorgeous too. Beautiful designs and like well, I'm a family tree guy, so things like the family crest and those things. So some of those coins with the crests on them are pretty amazing and very well detailed. Oh, I remembered to check my battery. Who was in here the other day when I said that? Oh, I haven't checked my battery. And right when I said it, my camera shut down. That was pretty funny. I was laughing as I was scooting to get my other battery out of the other room. And it's funny because I don't know if people really noticed, because I think Hector was in there talking to somebody. Maybe it was Cajun, and maybe it was Hector and Cajun talking. So that kind of explains things. Yeah, especially the currency. And, well, some of our currency, the older bills are neat, but most of the other countries just had just fantastic notes. But I think it was because true artists were making them. I'm not sure who made a bunch of that stuff, but it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't turn out to be major artists. Oh, fingerprint. You know that one, why that one's toned. Yeah, I was watching a video of a guy opening a bankroll 1976 roll of half dollars. Oh, they were breathtaking. And he dumps them in his hand and thumbs through them, putting his thumb on every single one to go through them while scratching them against each other's. And they looked near flawless. They were beautiful. And oh, I just hate watching that stuff. Breaks my heart. Like, I am so careful with my rolls. Well, most of them. There's a few I get too tired and start not paying attention, or my hands start giving up and I start dropping stuff. That's my biggest issue is my arthritic hands, and when I get really tired or sore and I start dropping these beautiful raw coins on each other's. I've even actually thrown coins out of the roll because my hands just bounce sometimes because of the pain. It's like, whoa, there goes a nice roll of coins that is no longer nice. George Kimball, good morning. Just telling stories and talking favorite coins and arthritic hands. Wow. Just a little bit of arthritic hands. Well, I'm actually pretty lucky because my dad, by this age, I mean, his fingers were so twisted. Same thing with my grandfather's. So I'm lucky I don't have those hands. They were artists and stuff and musicians, so their fingers went through a lot of stuff. Oh, that one's really neat. And pretty nice. Huh. How you doing, George? Oh, it's a 70. Nice. I had to have a spot right on the neck. So frustrating when you get something so clean and then you turn the coin over and you see that. Sure, you can still get it graded, but man, it sure affects your grade. Something about eye appeal. See, like this one, most people would hate this coin. I love it. So I was showing a close-up of a coin yesterday, and there's big old cat hairs in it. It's like, that is before I ended up with, and I showed the little film cleaner that I used, that little squeeze air tool. This is one I showed a minute ago, but didn't show up as good as it should have. It looks like that one has a hair or a scratch. At work and it's not raining? Well, that's cool. unless you're a roofer doing leaks. Well, that probably doesn't make sense for a roofer, but let's see if this coin shows up. This is that first one I showed. It's got all that metallic blue on it, but it just doesn't want to show up. There's some of it. So I just need to get this light out of the way. So it is showing up, about 80% of it. Yeah, and the really old airtights, when they first started doing these rings and the capsules, there were so many little black fibers in them. Man, some of those coins from the beginning have all these little fibers all over the coin. At least they're not messing up the coin, but it's kind of embarrassing when you show them and it has all this, well, what looks like lint. I don't think I mentioned what it really is. I just kind of bypass it to get to the next coin quickly. It's one of my tiger coins. Well, I tell you, after all these years, it's so nice to be able to show my tone coins. That was one of my biggest frustrations, was trying to show you guys all these beautiful coins. And, well, as you see, maybe just 20% of them are beautiful to most people, but I just love the tone coins, and to not be able to show you guys what I was seeing in my hand was so frustrating. And I just love that it's actually starting to show up. I'll find my purple Lincolns. I have coins that are nice gold colors, and Lincoln's completely purple. Just the body and head. Nothing else on the coin is purple. I have another one that's like that, and the date is purple too. That one's pretty cool. Well, the airtights that I use are from this company. And I really like them. I would suggest using the ones with the rings. The to fit coins are better than they used to be, but they used to get stuck in these when they didn't have the ring. But I think the ring just really stands out. They're easier to put in. With silver, it really makes it pop. So, of course, it's taking up quite a bit more room when you have a big collection, but I think it's worth it. I sure like them. And make sure you get that little dash in between the R and T and airtights, or it'll take you somewhere else. And I don't know, Michael, do you have airtights? There's a few people on here that have some of this stuff available too. Yeah, and they actually have white rings, and then there's a few others that they have that they were actually using for Christmas ornaments. They have a couple colors, but I don't know if those are still available. So the nice thing about these is you can get them for almost any size. So they have the half dimes and the half pennies, and some of the foreign stuff that gets pretty small, they've got those sizes too. Okay, so Michael uses a different brand of them. And here's his email. So funny to have all these old banners here. I was trying to get my email to some people the other day, and I put up Michael's, and somebody had to tell me, "Isn't that Michael Kittles?" It's like, duh. I just want to send you over to Michael. Do business with him instead. Probably get a better deal and everything. Certainly better coins. Hey, no worries, coin collection anymore. I'm normally here till 6 or 7, normally, California time. I couldn't believe Michael Kittle stayed on till I think it was 9 a.m. when you finally left that one day. Just like old times. Been a while since we'd gone that long. And I've got a few people asking about some of my photography. I sold a lot of, some landscape, but mostly wildlife photos that I would print out to like 13 by 19 and doing really unique frames. And actually sold some of my photos for like $500 and $600, which was pretty cool. So I wanted to show some of that. I have stuff like that bird that looks like a little falcon. They're called kites. I've got 2 of them in the process of mating, doing a dance in the air that's just breathtaking. Everybody loves that one. Or some of my crane shots, these big giant cranes taking off like a big old plane. And a lot of water birds, waterfowl, like the green crusted herring that has that big old long neck, shoots his neck out and catches fish while standing on the rocks at the shoreline. All right, George, thanks for joining us. You too. You have a nice day. I actually had a lot of fun doing that kind of photography. It's when I first went down, I actually did a lot of it from, I lived in my Chris Craft for a long time, almost a couple years, and had a lot of opportunity to do shots of the wildlife. It was a lot of fun. Pictures of oh shoot, what are those things called? The otters going down the dock. Oh my gosh, I was trying to be really quiet and take a close up of one, and then when I finally poked my head out, I realized the thing was like nearly 4 feet long. It was a gigantic great grandpa or something. I think he yelled almost as loud as I did, and then splashed me really good hitting the water. But yeah, I have pictures of them crushing the clams on their stomachs with rocks and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. I took some pretty neat photos. So I even have a couple horror stories, like jumping off of one of the boats and expecting to hit water so I could swim back to the shore to get back to my boat. and hitting what I believe to be a very good sized shark. I mean, their skin is much different than everybody else. You normally can tell. And oh my gosh, I think that's one of the times I used my self brown inking device because I scooted to shore awful quick and I wasn't moving good back then. I got to shore awful dang fast. So, and we did have a couple small whales that made it up that far, but I don't think whales feel like that. I've held a lot of sharks, big sharks. So. Hey, take it easy, couldn't collection anymore. Take it easy. Yeah, I have so many stories with being in that area. There's a few. There was a big old giant houseboat. I mean, it was gigantic, and it was a couple levels, and it was one of those ones that has the inboard motors and stuff, and it's got sliding glass doors and stuff. It was just beautiful, and it was named Dad's Pad When Mom's Mad. And he was on there an awful lot. Mom must be been mad a whole bunch. The other one was going to that one island. Oh shoot! It's an island you could only get to by boat, and I mean it was a major $5 Mai Tais, and oh, it was a crazy place to go. And there was an old couple on there that they were pretty sauced, and they were in this giant. It was like a 40-foot cabin cruiser that was all the Taiwan Teak or whatever, and their boat's name was Taiwan, the country, Taiwan on. Pretty funny. Yeah, most of those boater people were major partiers. Made it kind of scary when we were out there on the water. So, and I used to hang out with a guy that was a millionaire out there. Man, he had just the most ridiculous boats, and I forget, Egg Harbor and White's, I think was the name of his boat. I know the big boat was like, oh, seems like it was like three-quarters of $1,000,000 or close. And it was pretty big. It was over 50 feet. Jenny. Not the SS Minnow. Always liked Gilligan's names for his boats. And amazing how many boats they had, and they never made it off the island. Well, I guess they did finally make it off the island, but yeah, that one guy that I took a lot of pictures of trying to prove to him that he shouldn't have been driving when he was driving his boat back with all of us in it. And I'd show him some of these pictures of him, and he paid attention to it. I was shocked. But there's a couple times he handed me the keys to drive everybody back, or one of the other friends. It's like, oh, it worked. But sad, back that's end of the 70s, first of the 80s. That was a whole nother time in bars. Yeah, it's all about partying your heartiest. Okay, I think I already showed this one. Next bag. Yeah, Melissa, you're absolutely right. Or even just the millionaire people, I mean, their money would have been spent trying to locate them. Although, now come to think of it, I do remember some of their family members showing up and not telling anybody. Hey, Johnny Ray, how you doing? Telling boat stories and some of my early photography stuff. I was lucky that when I ended up having issues and not being able to do my furniture, I was able to fall back on a natural talent I had, that I'm a fifth or sixth generation photographer. And as a little kid, I mean, I was like probably 5 or 6 or 7, something like that, when my grandfather taught me how to use the darkroom and do all the enlargements and develop the films and stuff. And we were using Super 8 and 8mm cameras, and even the 16mm. And yeah, I learned the hard way, but he taught me on some of the relatives' cameras from the first of the 1900s, which was fun. They always had better cameras. The family was, I always forget their names, partners with Kodak. You would think that kind of stuff would stick with me, but I always forget that name. Nope, not Canon. It's the partner to Kodak back before the turn of the century. In fact, it was like the 1880s when they partnered, and the family was really good at doing the chemicals and stuff, and Kodak was really good at making the cameras, and they joined forces. And did really good together. In fact, I think they lasted to like the 30s. Eastman, thank you, David. Should have known David was in here. I should have just directly asked. Yeah, my fourth or fifth great grandmother was an Eastman, or directly related. And we have pictures of the Eastman girls. There was like 10 or 11 of them. And their dad's the one that was the chemist. And there's a picture of them super modest and, I mean, basically poor, wearing okay clothes, probably their Sunday bests, but no jewelry or anything like that. Nothing that was valuable. And then a couple years later, there's a picture of all these gals, and they're wearing mink coats and pearls and diamonds, and oh my gosh, they really did make a lot of money back then. Of course, by the time my grandfather's age group came through, that money was long gone. But still had the photography talent. Well, Bell Howell, I know they did a lot of the projectors and stuff. Some of my oldest stuff is Bell Howell. I actually have a ton of projectors. So even some of my editors for the 8mm films was made by them. Yeah, bling for 11 would be a lot. Yeah, well, when you consider that normally the daughters at that time didn't see that kind of money and the father wouldn't have shared, but I don't think he had a single son. So he was kind of screwed when it came to that part, and apparently was very giving, or who knows, maybe he was, hardly shared, but it was still enough to get him that kind of stuff. I'm not sure. Ooh, this one's really pretty. Too bad you guys can't see it the way I do. Only in the flashes. I'll have to find that picture though. I showed the one with them in their poor stage, but I couldn't find the one with all their jewels and stuff. I love that I have so much family history, photos and stuff. It's so much fun. No, Eastman actually opened their own company, but I think they died out in the 50s. In fact, Eastman had a shop in one of the towns my grandfather had grown up in, Woodland, California. Oh, there's one of my kitty cat hairs. How embarrassing. Who does that? Want to take a closer look? Yeah, it's pretty interesting because the chemicals back then, I mean, my grandmother's lucky she didn't kill herself, but she was an extremely well educated woman, somebody who should not have been educated, but because we had a lot of professors in the family, they chose to teach her. The same family, when they were in Woodland, uh, Woodland is Northern California. Uh, there was a business college in Los Angeles, and the second one to go up in California was in Woodland from one of my grandfathers. I think he was like the second great grandfather. And the family was extremely smart. I've actually shown pictures of them before. And they created a mass producing oven for Mother's Cookies in 1903. There was a few contracts like that I had found, and the business college, he was known for doing two mathematical equations at the same time with a piece of chalk in each hand. Yeah, pretty brilliant fellas, and all of them were like that. There was like four brothers. There was seven total, but some of them were killed in that one Kansas. Okay, David, I need your help. What Kansas town got? Oh, never mind. Lawrence. They lived in Lawrence. They were survivors of Lawrence. They lost their dad, most of their uncles, and their two older brothers. When the town of Lawrence was sacked, it was by the Redlegs. Um, shoot, I don't remember who was the leader. Who was the leader of the Redlegs that sacked Lawrence, David? Even I'm sure he knows. And it's funny because one of my aunts did her history, and one of the few women that were in that group was one of her grandmothers. So one of her grandmothers were actually responsible for killing a bunch of the relatives from her husband, which we ran into that a bunch of times. Quantrell Raiders. That's who was the Redlegs. That was all stuff from the Civil War. Yeah, it's so pretty interesting that one of her great grandmothers was one of the writers with Quantrell Raiders. Pretty ruthless group. So they killed a lot of little kids. I mean, that town really, if you look up Lawrence and see how many people died in their ages, it would disgust you. It was pretty sad stuff. That is just no big deal to them. Here I'm talking important history and you guys are talking Gilligan's Island? Come on, guys. Get with the program. Okay, maybe I started the Gilligan's Island talk, but I went to important American history. Hello, Debbie. Are you a coin collector or a YouTube streaming surfer? A coin collector. Cool. Are you a coin roll hunter? Or do you have a specialty that you stick with? Or a certain type of coin you collect? I'm a ugly toned coin collector. And a few others. Biggest part of my collection is pennies. Lincolns, to be exact. So here's a roll I've yet to go through. One of the rolls that I like to hold on to for fun times. Old money from your grandma? Cool. If you don't mind me asking, what's the oldest coin? As I scramble for my 1803 and drop it. This is why you always have a mat down so you don't drop your good coins on other coins. Well, cool that you have coins from your grandmother. Most people don't have anything that they collected. So one thing I was pretty lucky in, I've got dresses that are like 150 years old and bonnets and sewing kits and A lot of pretty crazy stuff. I even have pictures of my either fifth or sixth great grandparents who died in like the 1860s. And I think they were like 85 or 90 years old at the time. (1817) Oh, cool. I have an 1816 here. This is actually the first year they did this type of large cent. So I even found my $50. I think it's 1803. Here's one of my neat coins. This is the last year of no stars. The 38 had stars all around the rim. Half dime. Yeah, the large cents are pretty cool. The older ones are really neat. But the ones from the 40s and 50s, well, let's see, I think this one's what, 1808. Pretty cool. When you think about it, and these are only made out of copper, it's pretty impressive that they're still around and not just completely deteriorated. And here's a halfpenny, 1809, half cent. Too bad somebody took a knife to it. It looks like a knife and more. Maybe even, I don't know, a lot of people used to tap their pipes and the pipes came apart. So I think there's a sharper piece in the middle. I think that you see a lot of these little half round circles. I think that's what a lot of those are from. Gonna lie down, but you're listening. You know, I'm just gonna tell you I'm showing really beautiful mercury dimes. Pretty lucky. A lot of my coin collection came from the people who ran my coin club when I was about 12 or 13. It's just a gigantic, huge collection, and I actually ended up with it. Pretty cool story that someday I'm going to put in a video. But by the time I do, I think everybody's going to already know the story. Here's a little nicer coin. Not as nice as Michael Kittle's coin. Debbie, do you know Michael Kittle? I see he said hello to you. But I'm curious if you're familiar with him. He's got a pretty neat website. And has shown some amazing coins on this stream. Well, not today, but in the past. from TV. Not sure who you're talking about. Yeah, I thought I had his website written down. Give me a second here. Mm. So I put it in the chat. Pretty fun website to check out if you love coins. He's got some foreigns in there too. Some high dollar coins, but a lot of really cool tone coins, and I think he's got a little bit of everything on there. Here we go. Don't know why I didn't have that before. Yeah, we did a giveaway or raffle, not raffle, but giveaway with a 1909 SVDB penny. There's a group of us, but all Michael Kittle's doings. That was pretty fun. It was a graded extra fine 40 from TCGS coin. It was gorgeous. It was a beautiful coin. Fun stuff. Okay, I think I'm starting to show some of the same stuff here. Let me put some stuff away. Oh, and Lemonhead Penny, if you don't know him, does auctions all the time. Michael does too, but I think Lemons is weekly on, is it Tuesday? Lemon, when do you do your auction? A great person to buy from. And assorted coins. Cutie Cat was the one who won it. I was kind of glad because I didn't want it to be somebody who we'd never heard of before that just joined YouTube to become part of it. And she has actually had been in my streams before and a few others. Quite a few people knew her. Tuesdays, Lemonhead does a auction that has some pretty neat coins in it. Another very trustworthy person. Can't go wrong if you're buying from either of these two. So one of these days, Lemon, I'll have to get you up here so you can show that Dime album. I'd love to see it. So one thing I love about this community is, I mean, there's probably a couple people that cause some issues, but I've never had any issues with anybody, and always see these people going so far out for everybody, especially people in need. Seems like whenever there's somebody in need, everybody bands together and does wonderful things. I love that about this group of people. Not bad for a group of YouTubers. So I had fun showing all these coins. First I grabbed one of the worst ones. But all from the 20s. And in pretty good condition. For the most part. And I went through the big old bag of the teens that were pretty nice coins. Very good to find. A little bit better. We looked really hard for the low mintage 24, but never could find it. Yeah, me too, Lemon. It's pretty cool. Hey, Beer Can, thanks for hanging out. I'll be streaming a lot more often, and actually I'm working on videos soon. So I'll have new content coming. I think it's been a year and a half since I put up a video. Yeah, and the part I really appreciate, Lemon, is, I've been doing coins for so long, but I've always done just, the bankrolls and high grade coins. And typesets have always been fun, but to learn all the error stuff and some of the other things, and to get into the notes that I'd never been into before, and I mean, there's so much that I knew was there, but didn't know enough about it to get involved, and fun to expand. 24D, yeah, because like in extra fine, it's like 60 something bucks. AU, it's $100 for the higher AU. Hey, Christian, how you doing? Well, take it easy, beer can. And it cracks me up. Sometimes I've had like 18, 19 people in here at 3 a.m., 2:30, 3 o'clock. Nice to know I'm not the only night person. How you doing, Christian? So it's the one hobby that, some young kid, 8 to 10 years old, can get into, watch a couple videos, and truly become, well, not an expert, but a extremely educated person for certain things or many things. It just depends on how much they want to learn. I'm doing pretty good. It's 4 a.m. in California. Where are you at, Christian? If you don't mind me asking, and you're over 18. If you're not, just disregard. 1 p.m. And the other fun thing is I watch a lot of channels with the collections I have, and like genealogy is a fun one. There's a lot of genealogists on YouTube that show their family stories and stuff, and I need to do that. I've got so much stuff, it's ridiculous. I actually wrote a book. It had like 130 pages and pictures on nearly every page. Talked about our travels from New York in the turn of, 1790s to leaving in the late 1840s, early 50s to go to the Indian Territory that was being given to everybody, and their trek across, into Ohio to catch a train to go further into the Indian lands, and the prairie schooner wagon that they purchased to travel through that area, and being um, ended up teachers in I forget now what part of Kansas it was. And 30 years before that, my family was in Missouri. Actually, the first white woman born in Missouri was one of my grandmothers, I think my fifth great grandmother. Her name was Nancy Clay. And they were related to Henry Clay, this political spokesman. Pretty interesting stuff. Hector, how you doing, Hector? You want to come up and chat, Hector? I've been talking to myself for hours. Oh, Christians in Germany. Cool. I actually have some really neat photos of Germany in like 1890s. Some of the big mansions and some of the smaller castle type buildings. Oh, cool. First W quarter. No, I don't collect that much of the modern stuff, but a few of my friends had sent me a few of the W quarters. In fact, I actually have a whole roll of them. I forget which one that is. I think it was that first one. Alrighty, give me a second. Oh, shoot. Had your email all set to go and I deleted it all. Even the email. Let's see. Try this again. No, but Michael Kittle does. In fact, Michael Kittle had the 1909 Top Pop 1909 myth set. So you can actually go. I'm actually prepared for this. Just a second. You can go here and check out some of his coins. And you'll see one on there. Actually, I think you'll see several. Yeah, I always forget to mention that. Yeah, Christian, we were the channels that, with Michael Kittle's help, gave away the PCGS graded extra fine 40 1909 SPDB penny. And Cutie Cat was the winner of that. It was a lot of fun. There's quite a few channels involved. There's actually a whole bunch of fun. People were so excited. And rightly so. It was a beautiful coin. And if you check out most of our channels here, Hector, mine, or Michael's, you can see videos about that if you go back to, when was that? October? November? Something like that. In fact, it might have been a little later. It might have been December. I forget. But yeah, if you just want to see some neat coins, he's got some crazy coins on there. Oh yeah, thank you, Michael. I always forget to mention that. September. Wow. Didn't seem like it was that long ago. And Hector should be up here in a minute. And you guys can finally listen to me talking to somebody other than myself. Maybe I can stay on coin topic better. That is a problem I have, is I can go on and on and on about so many different things. Thousand subs, that's right. Yeah, and the worst part for me is I think I had 1,700 subs, 1,800 subs, something like that. Now I'm been sitting at almost 2,500 for the couple months, maybe more. And I think you're almost at 2,300. I forget where you're at now. You're certainly getting up there, which I'm glad, because I think you've been on longer than I have. I've been on 10 years. You just a little bit longer, a couple more years. Alrighty. Here's one of my ugly toned proof sets. And if you didn't know, I just love the ugly tone coins. All the coin shops know I'm a sucker for them. I used to be able to go in there and buy these sets for base and melt, because that's what they were going to turn them in for, and they started gouging me, and I'd still pay it. That's a really cool penny, because I love the ugly toned coins. Don't know why, but I do. And I probably have a dozen proof sets to prove it. And a couple, well, probably 1,000 plus coins. Victor.
Good morning, Richard. How are you?
How you doing, my friend?
Oh, I've been doing okay. I've been vacationing with the wife. She's doing this stuff and here and there. We weren't expecting to do any vacations since I work in the summer with the census, but she took it off anyway. So we're just doing a little bit of stuff here and there between working.
Cool.
How about you?
Oh, just I'm in the process of doing a big trade. Oh, and I got something that you'll appreciate. This is 70 coins on this one, and it's varieties and oddities, and it's all 57Ds, 70 of them.
Wow.
All oddities and like the filled letters and filled numbers, and even the lamination errors, and some pretty cool coins.
70 on one.
Yeah, one board is 70 coins, and I have two of these. The other date is 47 and 48. This one's all 57s.
That's an oddity. I've never seen something like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. The sad thing is there was probably a lot of these boards, and I only got two. I got these from Michael. And yeah.
That's really neat.
Okay, Debbie's asking favorite coins from the last 50 years. Well, you got to understand a couple of us are beyond 50, so that means coins in our lifetime. And yeah, I've got a favorite here and there, but most of my favorites are before me. But
yeah.
Indian Heads is way up there for me, but modern, last 50 years, probably the bicentennial coins. I really like those. 1976, well, 75 and 76.
Because they were minted both years, huh?
Yep. So, and the only way you can tell the difference is if you have it in a mint holder for 75, because it looks the same as the 76.
You were speaking of a little while ago, genealogy. I heard that you were saying that you want to get back into it. I do a little bit here and there because I'm getting more hints about family. But in order for me to expand into my genealogy, I'm gonna have to get some more services.
Yeah, for the last like, 10 years or better, I've had the full world options on Ancestry, and I also have Heritage with their $500 a year for the big one for them.
Well, I was thinking about taking a course, which is going to be over 7 or 8 months.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. When I retire next year, when I have a little more time and things are a little more settled down, so I'm gonna check it out that way. Not be professional, but at least expand my research and avenues of research and collection of data.
Well, I've got some really neat books that teach you the old-fashioned way of doing stuff from the library and stuff, and it's pretty interesting. The microfiche and some of those options for town records and stuff is pretty filled with information. You'd be shocked with what you can find in some of those.
Yeah, I got into since my grandfather was in the railroad. I found his I don't know if you call it nowadays, but it's a ledger book for like his time he put in for each pay period.
Well, is it the one where he actually lists the jobs he was doing and the hourly involved? Yeah, those are works. Well, it's more than schedules. My grandfather had those too, and they were actually turned into the company for, all their books and stuff to keep track of where they were, what they were doing, how far they got.
Yeah, they also, some of them got paid by the 100-mile.
Yeah, now my grandfather also did the electric lines for the electric cars in San Francisco.
Well, I'm trying to find the hospital where two of my uncles, one aunt, one uncle, they were born in San Francisco. One was in San Carlos, and the other one was in San Francisco. I don't know if they call it proper, San Francisco proper. Have you heard that term before?
I'm not sure.
Huh. I thought that was kind of strange when I've never heard that before, but I'm gonna have to check it out because he was born in San Francisco.
Yeah, you have to give it to me in the way it was used to see if, because I might recognize it then.
Yeah. I don't. It's in one of my files. I have to get really organized here to start doing my various interests. Oh,
Yeah,
Christian's from Germany, huh?
Yeah. I do have some modern ones. Every time I fill a book, one of my grandkids grabs it. So I just have partially filled ones that I'm working on right now. But yeah, I've filled like 4 of them so far, including the proof coins.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, if you look at some of my older videos, you'll see I had a little metal box, a little lockable box that was completely full of the sets that were available at the time of, I think, all the PR69 full cameo coins.
Speaking of videos, do you remember the one you showed me about your handiwork?
Yeah.
Did you ever thought of still posting it?
Yeah, I did some audio for it, and I never put it together.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to give away too much. I just wanted to see.
Oh no, you can talk about it. That's fine.
Okay. So, yeah, that would. I showed my wife the doors. She really was impressed by that.
Yeah,
the height and the geometry you had to cut the woods into and how to fit them together.
Yeah, you could barely hold one of the hinges in your hand.
Jeez. I can only imagine what the doors weigh. What did you say? How much the door weighed? 1/2?
I don't remember, but it was hand select for weight, so we wouldn't have this much issue. 'Cause that was the big concern, was making those hinges sag.
Like, there's a gentleman here in the valley. He built his whole home underground. His name was Forstier. And the way he cut the stone, because it's hard pan, it's a type of limestone. I don't know. It's like a combination of limestone and dirt, and it's really hard, and it's hard to cut through. But he did, from where his home is, he did an underground home all the way to the other side of Highway 99 in Fresno, and it's over a mile.
Wow. Now I've seen some of that work done in other countries, but never in the U.S.
Yeah. So they have a hall that he cut himself, and it's really cool. I mean, it's like probably in the 70s, when you go in there.
Yeah.
So we did a tour, and they haven't opened the rest of it up. They don't know. I'm not sure if it's because it's too expensive to open the whole thing up, or they'll do more renovation to keep the walls from caving in. But
yeah, I would think maintaining the floor from everybody walking on it would be an issue.
Well, he grew vegetables and trees underground.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Now the guy I saw was doing stuff like Hearst Castle styled columns and stuff for the underground swimming pool. Had big arched indented areas for statues and stuff all around the room, and it was pretty cool. Extremely elaborate. I think it had like 20 or 25-foot ceilings.
Did you find the 24D? I'm just looking at your paintings right now.
No, we were talking about it. No, never found one. I didn't go any farther.
No 14D, no 1909 SVDB.
No, not so far. I hope to.
Does it go into 30s, or is it mostly under 20s and 10s and 09s?
It actually goes to 40s. In fact, I think there might even be a roll or two of the 50s, but yeah, most of it's 20s and 30s and some 40s. And then there's like 10 rolls of 1909 to 16 or 18.
Well, that's nice.
I'm going to actually start doing a series doing those rolls.
Well, I'll be there watching.
Yeah.
Are you going to do that as a video, or are you going to do that on live stream?
I'm trying to do more videos because, I haven't done a video forever on my channel. So I was going to do the boards that you just saw with the 70 coins. And then I also got these. These are Lincoln's head shaped capital holders that hold all the pennies. So it's in 2 sets, starting in 1909, and this one goes to 37.
You could even go into another frame and put that in a frame too. Hey, Linda Wallace, David Carlisle, how you guys doing?
Hello, Linda. Yeah, I was going to try to do a video about, let me show you the other date.
Number 3?
Yeah, so, it's neat because I wonder if he had the double die for 55, because it's definitely in between these panels that I have.
Boy, he must have really spent some time on
just the hours he's spent just doing labels.
I wonder how old that board is.
Yeah, I have no clue. I forget when Captoplastic started.
Now some of those like under D.
Yeah, what you want to look for is what the little red line is on the side of the coin, and that's pointing to the variety.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
So, like that one, let me zoom in.
Wow, that's interesting.
So since he has the 4 written in red and the D, he's referring to that. So I see the 4 is a little wiggled on the bottom.
Uh-huh.
So it might have been part of a fill or something. In fact, here, let me show you. There's a wrinkle coin that's pretty cool. Let's see if this is the right one. Oh, this is the other one. But that one's still pretty cool.
Yeah.
But he has 7 varieties of filled fee in Liberty. So the first one, it just barely shows. Oops, come on, focus. It just barely shows that there's a fill going on. And then as you go across these, the bees start filling up. A little hard to see on that one. But by this one, you see the bees completely full in the bottom. And then it starts filling the middle. Almost the entire thing. And then the full.
Yeah.
Liberties, or the bees completely
No, that's
full.
a good teaching tool.
Yeah, really neat. And there's some pretty unusual ones, like he calls this well, it's machine doubling, but I think he called it double strike date. So which now we know it's not, because it wasn't struck twice. The die was shifting left to right.
Uh-huh.
And that's machine doubling, but pretty cool. So I'm going to do each of those one at a time on a video, and do the other holders.
Christian is asking if you collect bills also. I wanted to give you the heads up on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro.
All right. So yeah, I have a few bills. This is all my American stuff. It starts in 20. Let's see. Oh, the date should have been right there. 28 for most of the bills. And it's really neat because, like, I have some dates that have both the blue and red seals.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to do a little quiz on it. So the difference is some is from the Federal Reserve and the others are called silver certificates. So that's kind of cool. And then I have really neat extra large bills.
Oh, someone wrote over it.
Yeah, I need to get some holders for these bigger ones, and it's got the neat funny back thing. And then
oh, the Black Eagle.
Yeah, hope I'm all zoomed in.
No, you're fine. Oh, I see what you meant.
So, and here's a normal bill, so you can see how big these bills are. So that's kind of cool. And then I have stuff like 50 cents. I'm not sure the date on this one.
Someone was auctioning a $20 bill. It was from Chicago. Can't remember the year, but it was $20 bill, but they wanted $60 for it. I think it was Lemonhead who was selling it. That's nice.
Yeah, I've got the normal, the ones from 76, Christian, when they first came out, the $2 bills. But that one's neat. This is one of the first, the first of the fractionals were overlaid stamps made to look like a bill.
Is that double-sided, or is it just on one side?
2 sides. 3 sides. It's 3-sided.
I should have known better. Yeah, I haven't. I've seen them, but in the books, but I've never seen them in person.
Now, some of these are because of my doing my family tree. Troy, New York is where my family had a lot of businesses. But it wasn't the weed company, which just cracks me up. Weed, what is it, Commerce and
Clinton,
Company.
Clinton S says, "Oh man, a black eagle," and then he's salivating, saliving really bad. He said, "Rich Kelly, no fair."
Yeah, and that Black Eagle was just given to me. I didn't even know it was coming. Thank you, Sheldon.
Wow.
Oh, and Matt83 sent me a giant one that's 3 feet long. It's awesome.
It's
I'll show a picture of that one. And it's on leather. I think it's that laser etched. Here's another city of Troy. Most of these were in my family's things.
I think those are, for some reason, that seems better because you know who handled it.
Yeah, and they were private bank things. So, these are all one-sided. Some of them are actually signed. Pretty neat stuff. Some of the names on it are, well, there's the mayor's name is on there.
I have my dad's Red Cross letters to his mom when he was overseas. Those are pretty valuable to me because he was only like 19 at the time he wrote those, and he was in the Philippines.
That's cool.
Then I have a letter from my great grandfather, Don Jose Refugio Arroyo, Sr. Wrote in 1912 when he was working in the mines in Jerome, Arizona.
Cool.
What are the punch holes?
The what?
The punch holes and what you just showed right now, a little while ago.
Probably a cancellation from the bank.
Ah, yeah, I remember those. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to do it on the stamps too for taxes. They'd make sure because some of the taxes were expensive, so you'd have a $5 stamp on there, and they'd want to make sure that it didn't get peeled off and used again. So I was going to try to show my fancy $2 bills, but I'm not seeing them. I got too many. And then I have a ton of star notes and I got 5s and 10s of most of the years. I even have some sequential serial numbers for some of I think the 28 $2. So I even have like Star Note 35s. So a little nicer note. Oh, I do have something else I can show. Just a second. So I have these that were a part of a set of 5.
$2 note, 1776. Thomas Jefferson.
2003. I do have some for 1976, but most of them are these ones. So kind of cool. So this was given by Mint. Well, I don't think the Mint made these, but they were passed out as if they were. I really don't know. Let me see. I have the band. United States currency.
Jesus, it's almost brand new. It's not affiliated with the U.S. government or any government agency.
Yeah, that's what I figured. They just made it look like it was. But yeah, I've got like 6 packs of those. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. I have foreign notes too. In fact, some of my foreign notes are in better condition than my U.S. notes. And I have about the same amount, probably a couple hundred notes or close. Fun stuff. I was just in the right place at the right time, got lucky. That's where most of my stuff came from. Having a savings account at the right time and spending every dime I own to get some of it. How you doing, Clinton?
What was $30,000? Lemonhead, what was what there was over 30,000 at one time? Is that the number of bills you're talking about? The Black Eagles?
You know, the Black Eagles, I don't know what other dates, but I know mine's at 1899 and it's a silver certificate.
I think men used to use more billfolds in those days rather than the wallets.
Well, yeah, and if you see, a lot of the wallets were on chains and much larger.
Yeah.
And I always thought it was so they didn't have to fold their currency, but I think they did have to fold it to even fit in those.
Oh, he says different types of currency in the U.S.
Yeah, this is actually a copy stand. So this is just, it's not my desk. It's just the board that I put everything on to take photos of. It's actually sitting on my bed. That way I don't have to get up. I'm 95% bedridden. So everything's done from my bed. Yep, obsolete.
Now, is all currency still how's the word I want to use? Be able to be tendered?
Well, it's for a lot of it, you know, most bankers can't tell and will take it, but they're supposed to, like a lot of people are getting like the Ike dollars and stuff,
Uh-huh.
but they're supposed to be turning that stuff in because it is obsolete or considered obsolete.
So anything that's upstate should have been destroyed.
Yeah, it should be being sent back to the mint, but
Not all is legal tender. Okay. Like the gold certificates are supposed to be turned in during the 33.
right. Well, I think that was the gold, because I think the gold certificates were still going around because that's what they were giving out for your gold. And I think it was legal to have the notes, just not the actual metal. So can you imagine how many people started hoarding like crazy and all the little stashes still hidden in houses?
Well, I keep hearing stories from news, especially on YouTube. Man finds a can of rolled bills in a wall, or someone finds and returns money that was found in a secret compartment in a desk and stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, Michigan Coin Collector, how you doing? Yeah, a lot of people buried it either under their front porch or the steps to their front porch. I mean, that's a very common place for stashes to be found.
Or
And
like,
in a lot of the Victorian homes that I did kitchens for, when you pulled the old cabinets down in kitchens that were 10 and 12 feet tall, you'd find these little cubbyhole doors behind the cabinets that would have the plans to the house and other memorabilia from the family.
my nephew lives in a house that was built in 1890, and it was retrofitted to have put in a basement. What do they used to call them in the old days? Heaters or boilers?
Yeah, the boiler room and stuff.
Yeah, He has one. He has a more modern one. He's got an AC on it now in the house, but the duct underneath the house, it's all still there. And I said, "Have you ever checked to see the traps and see if there's anything fell in there and you can pull it out?" I said, "No." I said, "This house is old enough that you may want to do that."
Yeah, absolutely. And like the ones that my father was raised in, um, it was just a big empty hole that had a big grate over it, and you had to be careful because if you touched that grate with bare feet or even feet in socks, it'd burn the crap out of you.
Oh yeah, yeah,
But it was a straight like 8 foot drop down to the basement.
exactly. And
So
I've told him, "Have you gone down there to clean up? Just." I said, "No, I've been there." He's been there now at least 6 or 7 years, and he's never been down into the basement because he doesn't have to. He doesn't really need anything to go down there for there. And I says, "Hey, I'll go down there." He goes, "What are you looking for there, Uncle?" I said, "Well, you never know what's down there. Even old tools would be fun to find."
yeah, or gold coins.
Ugh, that would. Did you ever? Who? I was watching a video today, and someone found gold coins. 2,000 of them. He found one because he was driving over this place. I should have. It's in my history. I'll go back and look at it. But they found over 2,000 gold coins that were at 1,000 BC.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Too bad that's not a 1955 double die.
Oh, it is. No.
Oh, it is. Call Richard.
Can you imagine in this condition? I looked it up. I forget. I think it's like $200,000 or something.
Seriously? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I mean, not many are red.
Right. Most of
So
them
many
brown.
people look for them. And I actually had a 2 BU rolls of the 55s, and I did finally get into it. Took me years though before I went through them. I'd wait for like Christmas or my birthday to go through a few coins. And I still, in fact, just showed. Let me see if I can find that roll I just had.
Hey,
I have a
JP.
69S roll, and I've got a few of them that are unsearched and BU rolls. And that's one of the double die dates, the 69S, I think.
AC is in the room. Okay, Michigan.
See.
Get right back. Yeah, I'd flip if I find a 69S double die or a 55. That would be something. Or even a worn out 1909 SVDB in poor condition,
Yeah.
That would be fun to find.
Well, it's a real thrill to be able to go through those rolls. So, and I think I said a couple of them. I think I have more like 6 or 7 of them.
Is there any particular role that you would first go through, or are you going to go in succession dates, or just at random?
Well, if I had a bunch of rolls of red coins for pennies, it'd be 1954.
1954.
Yeah, of course the 14D and the 9S, all those of course 22. But if for more common, yeah, the 54. It's worth like 27 grand in MS67 red.
Oh my goodness.
And then what a lot of people don't realize is there's quite a few nickels that are worth that much and more. There's nickels worth 40 grand.
You were talking about the number of population in Jefferson's above MS67 and to concentrate on those dates.
Well, yeah, even 66 with full steps.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's crazy money. 20 grand for some of them. Like even the 1965. That's a semi-key or key date
Hmm.
for full steps. It's ridiculous money. I don't think they've ever found one above 66.
JC Will said he heard me talking about gold. Yeah, there's a there's a website I was watching today, and I was telling Rich a little while ago that it was they named the person who was it was a father and son reign, but I'm not sure if it was somewhere in the Greek islands, Mesopotamia, Persia, somewhere in that area. But I'm gonna go back and look at it too because I just caught whim of it because I was working on my paperwork and I just caught it by the end and I got distracted and my wife came and made me lunch and I said, oh, forgot about it. So I'll go back and check my history and see what it was on that gold coin. But it was a shipwreck though. It was off the. It was in the ocean.
Uh-oh, Lemon heard me.
What do you want for him?
He's talking about my 69 S's.
Oh,
Yeah, and see, my bankrolls were rolls I grabbed from the bank. 69.
I didn't know that they were all found in circulation. Wow. So there is a better coin out there that's a red or high MS possible.
Yeah, let me check here really quick to see what they have listed. Um, yeah, in brown, just for 60, it's 33 grand.
Oh my goodness.
63 is 45 grand, and that's in brown. Let's see, red brown is 41 grand for a 62 and 85 for a 64 red brown.
Oh my goodness.
Now red is a 63 is 50 grand and a 64 is 126,000. And they don't have any others that PCGS has graded. Although it does show one population for 66, but there's no
price.
no sold one or price. So $126,000 coin could be in those rolls I have.
Oh my
Sorry,
goodness.
Lemon. That's one of the big treats that I do for myself. But yeah, maybe we can talk about something. Well, I don't know. That's a tough one because that's life-changing money.
Unbelievable.
So and that's why I enjoy this stuff so much because you read about stories about these kids finding these coins in their grandfather's collection. So the grandfather had it the whole time, didn't even know it, and ends up being a coin worth 100 grand or something. Crazy stuff.
Lemonhead says he hates selling his 58 Philadelphia rolls.
Let me see how many I have. Yeah, I don't think I have many 58s.
I have a few 58s, but they're all in my trays.
I have a little bit more than a dozen rolls of 58s. And they're all original bankroll coins. So, and I haven't gone through any of them. So, and that's the one thing, there's so many people that still have them in the original bank wrapper. And for the late 50s, I noticed that the coins were starting to tone. So I got mine out as fast as I could and normally dumped the end coins, the enders, which I have. I was going to go through that too. I've got a whole bunch of rolls. In fact, one of them's right here. So I've got rolls like this. I don't have it marked as an ender.
Mhm.
Let's see here. Here's one that I've got marked. So these are from all these dates that I have, including the 40s ones. And I would pull out the end coin, which is normally quite brown.
Right.
You see
Oh my
these
goodness.
some nice looking coins, but you
I
turn
see
them.
you.
Yeah, you
I see
turn
you have
some
a
of them.
white over there.
Normally, it's one side that's toned. Let me see here. 74. So normally I'll take 2 or 3 coins from the end and the ender to keep the rest of my coins from toning. So see, well here, this is a really good date of coin, 63 days. And look at the condition this one's in. And this is one of the ones I pulled. It had some carbon spots because it was close to the end. But look how clear that coin is. And if you look up 63Ds, you'll see they're worth quite a bit of money.
Richard, I noticed in the other tube you had a little white ring or white.
Yeah,
Hole.
I in the beginning was getting the white foam inserts for my airtights.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I was trying to do some of my memorials with that, so I had a bunch of them that I was using for putting on the ends of coins.
My my grandson's father gave me a tray of 25, and they're in rows of 25, and they're capsules like an airtight. They're not airtights, I know that, but they use the white, and they have different size rings. All you do is remove whatever you need to fit the coin in, and they fit pretty tight. And but I kept the white stopper like you did for my coins, and I didn't know what to use it for, and you just gave me an idea.
Yeah, I was
And put them on
using
top.
plug the ends.
Will that help prevent any kind of oxidation or reaction to the air or moisture?
Yeah, it helps a whole bunch. It's best to fill these rolls as full as you can. I always try to do it with the same date, but fill the rolls to the almost top and then put one of those little foam buttons in and then close the roll and make sure that it doesn't rattle. If it does, put another foam button in
Okay.
until it stops rattling, and that'll help a lot. In the old collection that I got, the penny rolls and silver bank rolls that I got in those, they would actually put them in medicine bottles, the old glass medicine bottles,
Uh-huh.
and fill the ends with cotton.
Okay.
But you don't want to use cotton these days because our cotton's bleached and dyed. But the old cotton from the 50s and back
Uh-huh.
was some pretty pure cotton. So
I've got access to cotton here because we still raise cotton in where I live, and they don't gin them here, so I can probably go to the ranch and pick some up.
cool. Yeah, as long as it hasn't been treated or sprayed or anything.
No. Oh, even that chemicals, huh? The fertilizer and the for boll weevil and all that. Hmm.
Yeah, because you got to keep in mind it's a plant, so whenever there's toxins, it's like, what do they call that? Exfoliates. I think that's the correct term.
Debbie R., you are younger than I am. Now, the 69S rolls, are they valuable because there might be a 69 S double die? Is that the value of it, or?
Well, they still don't they're not like they're outrageously priced, but yeah, they should be. If you're serious about this stuff, then you'll pay a lot more. And here, just so you know,
No
I
DDO.
went back in through this in February for this roll. I'm surprised I didn't mark the top because normally I mark the top. So these have cracked skulls and die breaks,
Mm.
but no DDOs. So yeah, I have gone through a couple of them. So that's I always use the sides of these holders to write down my information. And you saw the date. And let me grab another one. Here's 82D
Uh-huh.
penny roll, zinc, 2.5 grams, small date. Oops. And you don't want to drop them.
No.
And normally I put a date too. I'm surprised there's not a date. My grandson helped me go through a whole bunch of these, and he wrote down some of the numbers. It was great.
Is he pretty good at finding the zinc,
No,
the copper, and the 82s?
yeah, no, they don't really get into that part. Um, Most of what I like, my 10-year-old grandson, he goes through like the dimes and will look for the full split bands and that kind of
Uh-huh.
thing,
Uh-huh.
or the full step nickels. But the rest of it, I try not to let them touch the pennies at all. So, because I wear cotton gloves when I go through those, and kids, no matter how much you work on them for being careful, they're wiping their nose on their gloves and breathing and sneezing. And so I try not to have them touching any of that stuff.
Japanese cotton is good.
Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me because,
Yeah, they like things of purity.
yeah, and those rolls that I have that made these really neat coins that I called the chromed coins. These are coins that were. Oops, that's not it. Um, oh, here's one. They were 1968, and they have like chromed rims on them, and they're really cool. They're 1968. Sometimes Lincoln's head gets some color to it, grays and chrome colors, even greens. But these coins were wrapped in antique silk paper and then put back into the bank wrapper, the paper wrapper. So that's why I have it marked the way I do, because it's a special error. Well, it's not really an error, but I call them my chrome coins. So I'm very careful to make sure that they're marked. And same thing with any rolls that people give me. I have rolls from a whole bunch of different people, like Michael Kittle. Let's see. Mr. Condi. There we go. 1958 Ds. Michael Kittle rolls. So I always try to mark everything, and I've got a ton of rolls from all kinds of different people. A couple people that don't want me to mention their name, so I try really hard not to ever show those ones, but
Understandable.
yeah, it's pretty funny. Here I show all my bank rolls, and they're worried because they have, maybe 50 to 100 rolls. So, and I have solid boxes of wheat rolls that are all bank wrapped rolls. And I show everybody.
I would. It's entertaining.
Lady Kid Nichols, hello. Thanks for making it in.
Richard, I need to attend to something. I'll be right back.
Sure, take your time. Lincoln, hello, my friend. Alrighty, let's see here. Okay, nothing too special, Lincoln, but I think I have. Let's see, where did I put those? Now let me lower my camera back down. I need to go lower. So some of these are a little on the dusty side because some of these were done when the airtights were first out. And I'm not going to tell you which types are which because I'm not paying that much attention to the lettering. But some nicer coins, meant for circulation for some of them. I finally found a couple of these airtight rolls or tubes. Uh-oh, Lincoln's got a happy face. These are the years that, I was a teenager, more than a teenager, so this is high school for me. So I was collecting pretty hard, but I was also working almost full time, so I had money. So it was pretty easy to go to the bank and get these rolls. And I actually did a trade with somebody for a whole bunch of them, the silver ones, back when silver jumped way up.
I'm back.
And just showing Lincoln my eggs. Some of them are in pretty good condition.
Hello, Lincoln.
Fun
Lincoln.
time
I'm
for
sorry.
me. 1976. Oh, that was some really good times for me. Life was pretty good at that time. Even the early 70s, it was better than it had been. And
Yeah.
I ended up having to help my parents out a whole bunch. And
Yeah, same here. Between 75 and 86, I had a pretty good run then.
yeah, I didn't make it all the way through high school. I only made 10th grade. Now, I showed up in 11th grade a little bit, but my attendance was so horrible, I got kicked out pretty quick. But I was working full time then. Because you do what you need to do when mom and dad needs help.
The Lucky James Eller.
Hello, Lucky James.
Lady Kid, neither am I. I'm not very good at sleeping lately. Today I did pretty good. I went to bed at 10 and got up at 4.
Yeah, and I had to get to the pharmacy today by 2, and I woke up at like 1:45. It's like,
Oh,
sure, of all days that I sleep, I picked the day I need to go get medicine. It was a frustrating day. But I
it's
did
only
make.
open at 2 o'clock.
What's that?
It's only open to 2 o'clock.
No, but I have to be there by 2 or close, or they don't get it done.
Um,
Our pharmacy used to be open till 7, and now they're only open till 5 or 5:30. And my medications, pain medications, so there's a whole bunch of rules. Now it looks like there's a lot of issues, but really there's not too much. A little bit of rub on the cheeks, but it's actually not rubs. It's that white toning frosting. Yes, it's cake frosting. So there's a couple different types, and the way I think you tell on all of them is the
yeah, it's supposed
letters,
to be on the
block,
earth showing,
block letters and stuff.
showing the some of the island, either Jamaica's there or I forget which exactly it is. There's a type 1, type 2.
Yeah.
And I do remember the eagle landing on the moon. Matter of fact, I sent 10 cents and 2 box tops to Kellogg's to get a model of the lunar module landing on the moon back in 70.
Yeah, I remember that. I think I got it too. And I've got a special dime that's, or no, I have a special moon coin that was silver that went to the moon and came back, and they minted these special coins.
Oh,
Token.
that dollar fits exactly in there, huh?
Yeah, these are the made to fit ones, and see, it doesn't rattle or nothing. It's stuck in there. This is one of the old original ones. Wasn't a good choice. I wish I hadn't put them in there. Now this one rattles a little bit, so this one's a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the scratches are on the holder. Maybe not on this side though. Some nice dings in the head. Poor Ike has some more injuries.
Lincoln, mine was made out of model plastic. I even had the little figure to the flag and the lunarscape, and the figure, the astronaut on the outside.
No, I actually remember a cardboard one too, though. I didn't have it. My cousins did, so I'm not sure where that one came from. Because my cousins, they had all those things hanging from their ceilings from fishing line.
As a matter of fact, I've got a P-51 Mustang in my son's room that I put in. Shoot, he must have been in high school. He's 31 now, so it's still in his room.
Now, the P-51 Mustang was the one that my uncle, the Marine, worked on.
Oh,
That's
really?
the one he was so proud of. And when my grandfather and my mom went out to visit him in Texas, he took them and let them sit in one. I've got pictures of it. Now look at the colors on this one. This one's pretty unique. It's got some really neat colors.
Is that an S still? It is.
Yeah, it's approved.
Wow.
So now a lot of the frosting people are frustrated by and clean these, but mine has actually gotten quite a bit of color from it.
Michael Kittle says throwing those on the concrete seemed to get the coins out of Rich.
I'll give it a try. Thank you, Michael. Just love having these experienced coin collectors in the room.
Is that? I was gonna say, is that a scratch or is that on the plastic?
No, I think it's a cat hair.
Oh, okay.
I had a very shaggy cat, and
Well, even short hair cats do shed.
yeah. Well, she was a Bengal and shouldn't have shed as much as she did, but
And my favorite dog was and still is the Doberman. And my next door neighbor, he got one and he gave it away to the neighbor north of me. And I almost told him, I said, "Why don't you just give it to me?" But he knew that my wife didn't want another dog in the backyard.
now we had a neighbor that had solid red ones.
Oh, the Dons. Oh, those are nice.
Yeah, they were absolutely great family dogs.
Hey, Dale. Corn World UK is here.
Hey, how you doing?
Let's see how many people you have in the room. 14 watching. Awesome.
All right.
And 15 likes.
Welcome to the stream. All right. That's it for now, Lincoln. That's one of the rolls that you didn't get to see. So I've got one more of these ones, and then I think two of the two of these ones with the Ikes in it.
Yeah, I gotta make some coffee too. It reminds me.
I'm glad I'm not a coffee drinker anymore.
You know something? I didn't start drinking until I started teaching. So I've only been drinking for 20 years. Before that, it was always orange juice or chocolate milk.
Yeah, that's one of my bad habits. I have a glass of chocolate milk almost every day, sometimes twice, and it's funny because I have withdrawal issues from my pain medication still. My doctor has reduced me to half of my normal meds.
Uh-huh.
And when I'm having shakiness and problems from the withdrawals, if I drink a glass of chocolate milk, it gets rid of it. Pretty strange, but if you ever have somebody going through withdrawals, because they compare my medication to heroin. And I tell you, I've never gone through such horrible things as withdrawals with this medication. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Ice water running through your veins, bugs on your skin. It's horrible.
I've never been through it, but I know my dad did because he just he had 23 different medications he took twice a day. And I changed doctors because it just didn't seem like he was getting any better. And I just didn't appreciate seeing that much medicine in my dad. And we got him down to 5. And that's the whole day.
Anybody should be on that many meds.
Yeah, I know. But my dad didn't question it.
Of course not. Most people don't.
Yeah. The other day, one of my cousins was asking about me if I'm still doing genealogy. I said, yeah, I'm still dabbling in it, at least, a couple of times a week. Then he says, well, can you find out where his dad was stationed in World War II during, he was an orderly or a nurse practitioner. I forget what it was that he did, but he was in the medical field, worked in the hospital during World War II in London. And I'm trying to find out a way to see where he was assigned to.
Yeah, it's so funny because when you watch some of the old shows, that was always the most important thing. Well, most important thing to the actors was either drinking their coffee because it was early in the morning,
Right.
or drinking their major straight drinks, alcohol, or the non-stop chain smoking of cigarettes. And back then,
Raspberry milk.
most of them were non-filtered, so they'd smoke them
Oh
down.
yeah,
They were almost nothing.
yeah. That's the one thing that. Um, that's the one thing I never did with smoke. I chewed tobacco. I did a lot of sunflower seeds during baseball season, and now my bad habit right now is sunflower seeds still. Michigan coin collector. Two of my great grandfathers were in World War II. Awesome. I hope they all survived really, really, really long lives, and I hope you got a chance to meet them. I know my grandson met my dad, and my dad was a World War II veteran, plus his two brothers. And then my dad's younger brother was in Korea and Vietnam, and my other uncle just served in the army, but I'm not sure if he went into any conflicts. But yeah, all five brothers went to the service, plus all their kids, except
And
for
I,
us.
as a kid and a young man, I was really lucky because one of my uncle was a Marine, and unfortunately for him, honorably discharged because of diabetes. And he married a woman who her grandfather was a World War I vet. And oh my gosh, the stories this man told was just amazing. And every Christmas and Thanksgiving, he'd be in his full dressed uniform and just decked out. And I would always have just major in-depth conversations with him. I was always fascinated about history and the times, you know the prices of foods and the types of cars. And my favorite questions was always, what was your first car, your favorite car? And of course, with our family, it was your favorite gun and your
Mm.
first gun and favorite thing to hunt and that kind of thing. So
Do you
always
remember?
a lot of fun.
Do you remember that movie, Strategic Air Command, with Jimmy Stewart?
Yeah, I'm not positive on that exact movie, but
Mhm.
guaranteed I watched it. Here's one of my favorites.
My uncle was stationed at Castle Air Force Base, and it was one of the B-52 bombers, Strategic Air Command, and we went one time to visit him at the castle. Now it's decommissioned. It's no longer. It's now a museum and public municipal airport. I think it is now, and it's funny because we go over there and I know the barracks. I already know where all the machinery was done for all the F4 Phantoms or the B-2 bombers, all that. It was funny because my uncle was there for 7 years at Castle. Both my grandpas were in Vietnam and are alive. One of my great grandfathers died in 2091. When I was one, I met him, and my other grandpa died in 95. Yeah, don't forget him. I have a picture of my phone where I have my dad and my grandson that they met each other. And he knew him up to 6 years of age, which is good.
So, I had told you that my uncle worked on those planes,
Hmm.
um, Mustang. I actually have pictures of them in formation flying over Mount Fuji, all in color. It's a pretty amazing photo.
Hello, Australian coin collector.
Hello. Yeah, we're kind of widespread stuff, but that's what coins does. Is it makes you appreciate the history behind it.
Oh yeah. Well, even one of the coins that Richo's treasure hunt. Is it Richo's treasure? I forget his whole name. But you don't want to talk about the person from
Yeah,
Australia where the fires are at. He sent me a pence. I'm trying to remember, it was 3 pence but it was made in San Francisco in 1945.
Huh.
So that was interesting to find out. And then I started to find out that the Philippines and most countries that were invaded by either Germany or Japan, they actually had their coins in the United States.
So wasn't he the one that had his kids doing the wheel for giving coins
Yep,
away?
the pirate. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. They were all dressed up. I forgot about that. Yeah, I was trying to find I found my bag of strike throughs, but I have about 30 coins in it now.
Well, that's cool. I haven't found any. I hope this coin shortage, or ration, I should say, is going temporarily.
I'm so frustrated by it. I personally don't believe it. You know, just for the pennies in the last 5 years, you realize how many billions were minted? I mean, just in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
It's a tough one to swallow, especially since you're seeing coins from the 50s and 60s still in our change.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of people out there that have a lot of the coins still just in jars, or like my brother-in-law has a wine bottle that's like 4 feet tall, and he fills it up every time. And when he fills it, it's almost like 300, maybe $200. I forget exactly. How do I get phone calls from area code 207? I don't know anybody in 207. Oh well.
Michigan Coin Hunter, he's saying it's our fault that we have this shortage. Do you realize that, like, if you just talk about just the pennies, there's enough pennies out there for every person to have more than 1 million pennies? I mean, it's a ridiculous number of coins that we have, especially for pennies. But I mean, I just don't believe it.
I think it's what it is, and when it's probably they shut down certain parts of the mint where they're not shipping anything out, and the transportation guys like Guardia and Loomis and all those armored car services are not working full, so they're making an excuse of, well, it's my opinion, it's my observation. I haven't seen too many trucks. Usually I see 2-3 trucks a day, and I've seen hardly any.
Yeah, and here's another good example. I've got, not counting my silver, 1,600 pounds of coins. But I've had all those coins, or 98% of them, for the last 7 or 8 years, fairly easy, and most of them for more than 20 years. So I don't know. I don't believe it. And with all the coins I have, that's like 300,000 coins, or maybe a little bit more. I forget now, but still, that's and I've got hundreds and hundreds of pounds of them, and it's still only hundreds of thousands of coins, not 1 million, not a 500,000. So no, if you were to do the math, I think there's absolutely no possibility we could be short of coins.
Yeah.
Even if everybody had as many coins as I did, every family had as many coins as I did. Nope.
Well, I mean, even in the last few years, well, let's say even both decades, 2010 and going back another 10 years before that. So you're looking at 1990s. Can you imagine the amount of coins of each denomination made? Not including the collector ones, but just production of business strike coins.
Yeah. Michael Kittle saying it's his fault. He
I think
hasn't
I think it's just,
Coinstar the bank since he started, since the beginning of the pandemic.
well, they were interviewing the Coinstar guy the other day about people. Is there any more people turning their coins in? And he says he hasn't seen anybody coming out more than usual than the amount of coins being put into the Coinstars.
Yeah,
No,
and one of those guys that was the original, I think the original part of Coinstar, he actually has giant warehouses all over the place that has pallets of every type of coin out there. Pallets and warehouses completely filled to the ceilings with coins. I mean, ridiculous amounts of coins, billions.
if he's warehousing them, how's he making money besides the 8% he charges people to dump their coins into the?
Well, I think he no longer is part of that. I think he was at the very beginning.
Oh,
But yeah, he's just, and I think he does metal trades and stuff for it. But I don't know, he had an awful lot of it warehoused. Yeah, and I agree with Michael Kittle. Let me put that one up. If Walmart or McDonald's order coins, they
yeah.
get what they want. No shortage for them. And you'd be guaranteed of that one.
Is Coinstar charging 8-9% for dumping your coins in there?
I thought it was more than that. I thought it was like 10 or 12%.
Oh, jeez. I didn't. I don't use it because I hate paying someone to count my money.
Yeah, and I've actually stopped people and told them, I'll have my coin counter out in the car, and I'll give you 10% over whatever you have, instead of taking 10%.
I wonder if you can put a no. I was thinking about putting a sign. Call this number before you dump the coins in here.
Yeah. You can put a sign on the machine saying, out of order, call this number. Well, they may catch you at that one.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out who collects the bags of coins underneath.
Private people that put the machines up.
Oh, they're
They
afraid.
may all be belonging to a company, but I think they're individually responsible. Australian coin collector says in Australia he hasn't heard much about coin shortages, but there has been a lot more digital credit card payments at shops. Well, yeah, I'm sure if you guys are dealing with people at home, of course, that's going to be the biggest type of payment made right now.
I know some people who are financially strapped. They don't have a debit card. They don't have a checking account. They don't have credit cards. They deal mostly in cash.
Huh.
And that was mostly my experience also from working in grocery stores and retail.
Yeah, it's really amazing that Amazon has taken over so much. Here, the company that all across the United States in the 1850s and up, you could go to any one of these little towns and go to their main store. Didn't matter if they sold clothes or whatever. They had a Sears catalog that you could order out of. And now Sears is closing down, and probably mostly because of like Amazon. And it's just hard to fathom that somebody who was the leader for a century is now almost 2 centuries is on their way out.
Well, they do have Sears outlets. They seem to be doing a lot better. Smaller stores, less staff, and sometimes they sell certain items that they know they got a turnover on, and then they use online as a pickup point for Sears. So hopefully they'll survive that way. But I don't know. The big stores are gone.
Lemonhead says he pays for gas with wheat rolls. Lemon.
Oh my God.
Yeah, right. Lemonhead penny spending. No, not a chance.
But I do hear a lot of collectors go out there and they'll put 50-cent pieces in their change, and they'll try to pay whatever an exact change, and use $2 bills and things like that. I guess to spark interest and conversation.
I actually take the Ikes that are all beat up and I put them back into circulation. Or if I have like kids coming in the door with stuff, I always give them some of the old odd money. So, and in fact, when I years ago when I was living in a condo complex, I had two neighbors that had kids, and when I gave my grandkids a whole bunch of the modern day commemoratives, all in silver, not real nice ones. And I had like 15 coins, and I gave to each of the neighbor kids. They had like 4 kids between them, and it was hundreds of dollars of silver. Right after that, I heard that it got them into coin collecting, which was really cool. But now I'm shocked I did it because I could use those same coins because not all my grandkids got them. I ended up having another 4 grandkids. Let's see here.
Michigan says that he bought a Seated Liberty. Let me make sure I got that right. Where is he? No, I must have missed it. Where is it? He says Michigan collector says he likes collecting Seated Liberty coins. He just got one. At the cemetery, I went for Father's Day, and some people I saw one person leave a Mercury dime on one of the stones.
I'm not surprised. So, Michigan coin collector, what kind of grade is your Seated Liberty dime? Oh no, it was a quarter. Let's see, I couldn't find his comment. So, what year was your quarter, Michigan? I was surprised that the 1854 dime was as valuable as it was. And he says less than 500,000 minted, and there's like over 1 million minted of the coin I'm talking about. $1.7 actually.
It's a G4. That's average condition for most Seated Liberties that I buy in general. And the one I bought recently was a 1841 O. JC Will says 1955 DDO AU58.
I just got rid of one of my key date coins, a Standing Liberty Quarter, a 27S. I think that's. I was a little frustrated. I did it, and then I found another one. It's like, okay, don't sell that one.
Which one was better grade?
The one I still had,
Okay.
and I think I sold it for $90. So not bad. So, but that seated dime at the 1854 with arrows, that was like $390 at the top AU. So pretty cool.
Three Franklin mint gold coins, engraver Gilroy Roberts.
$150 in all grades. It's pretty fun to Michael, own the top pops, which I mean I can only imagine, but I think the best one I've ever had is like 6 of the same grade. I know my MS-68s were like 8 or 9, something like that. And that's the fun thing is, so many people don't pay attention to the population. And that's why some of the plus coins do so well, because there's so few of them. And I'm thrilled that I'm getting a full box of the 2020 D pennies.
That is cool.
Yeah. So and it kills me because I know that the price is going to go up on some of the unsearched coins. And I do have enough to come up with a couple boxes of those, but it would kill me to just get rid of them.
You know,
I haven't gone through them yet.
I'm wondering what kind of production numbers they're going to have for mintage on all the denominations for this year.
Yeah, and that's why, but you keep in mind that now I'm not positive, maybe Michael Kittle knows, but I think they start minting the coins before the first of the year so they have plenty to go out. Because I know the first couple months it seems like an awful lot of those coins are in circulation. But I really don't know the numbers and the dates. And some states are really bad with their curfews and stuff. I've seen a lot of videos that are pretty shameful. So there was even one that I watched the other day of a cop absolutely cussing out some young gal. She's like in her young 20s and called her some pretty nasty names. Pretty shocking.
Who did that?
So it was a police lieutenant. She was videotaping the way they were treating a mentally handicapped fella, a black man who the cops were pushing around pretty hard.
Oh yeah, they don't like to be interfered with.
Yeah, now that's our right.
Yep.
And it's so frustrating. It's like
You didn't even get to the First Amendment? Come on, did you read any of them?
They follow their police procedure. They don't follow. They first. How should I put this?
Well, they take an oath to the Constitution,
Yeah.
and then they follow their policies instead of the law.
Well,
And the policies that they write up are just BS. None of them follow the laws. Or Harvard.
Well, that seems to be a contemporary thing right now, because I see a lot of people who take the same. I mean, I took the oath of office too for working for the census. I couldn't believe it. It was the same one that I'm supposed to defend the Constitution and this and that and the other thing. And I'm reading the oath of office. I said, well, geez, how many people who work for the government don't follow this oath?
Yeah, it's a shame. What kind of condition is that in, Lincoln? You see it up on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got family members that are police officers, and I had filmed some of them taking the oath. And I went back and checked it out, and everything about it is to protect citizens above all others. And who do they protect first? Themselves. Cops will protect cops before they even think twice about protecting a citizen.
Yeah.
And that's just so frustrating, because the oath they take is the way it's supposed to be, and it's all good stuff. It's exactly the way it should be. But boy, they and even I follow the First Amendment guys a lot. Well, first and second, but the first ones, they go on the sidewalks in front of police stations and the city halls and those kind of places, and 9 times out of 10, the police or security will come out and try to kick them off the sidewalk. Tell them they have to stand across the street on the sidewalk across the street. So, and there was a lawyer that was hearing one of the cases because one of the guys got arrested and trespassed, and it went into the court, and the judge said, where was he when he got arrested? A sidewalk, a public sidewalk, and you arrested him? What sense does that make? So now we tell our citizens where they can and can't stand on public sidewalks? Because that's ridiculous. Sorry, I better stop. I get carried away on this subject. It frustrates me a lot.
No, but it's something that we should all know,
Yeah, well, if you guys want to know more, start watching the First Amendment audits. It'll make you sick. So many of these guys have been arrested over and over and over, and some of them will sue just to push it. And the police officers that are involved for, being physical with these guys and causing some of them to go to the hospitals, they get put on leave, paid leave, for a couple weeks, and then they're right back to their job. And the ones that get fired, well, they quit right before they get fired, and then they get rehired later down the road. Same station. So, and unfortunately, the police officers have the highest rate of, what's it called when you are violent with your spouse? And a lot of them have been criminally charged, and they're still police officers. I don't understand it.
No.
Yeah, and the unions are the worst things for them because they get them out of everything. Well, the biggest problem about all this is when a cop breaks the law and does something completely illegal, who reprimands them? Who decides their fate? Other police officers. And normally police officers that know them.
Yeah, the same thing with Congress. I mean, you have 4 senators.
Don't
that-
get me started on Congress. That one just goes even worse downhill.
That's what I mean. I mean, who polices them?
Yeah, and it's so frustrating because all these laws were written to protect us. And if one of our forefathers were alive and going over the stuff that's going on today, they'd be slapping all of us in the face saying, my God, we put it in writing. It's in writing. And you guys still aren't paying attention? It's like, I really love the sayings from Jefferson and some of the other presidents about liberty, and how important liberty is. And when you have a power that rises above the laws, that's why the Second Amendment is around, so you can take it back. But yeah.
Michigan says, "Can you see my last comment?"
I think that's it. Cool.
What's FR2? I probably understand that that's AG3 is the grade, but I'm not familiar with FR2.
Yeah, and I'm not sure either. Can you explain that, Michigan Coin Collector? Oh, fair condition. I should have done that one. I don't deal with that low of grade. In fact, normally 4 is as low as I go. But I started doing some of the large cents that were in pretty low conditioning. Got to about good. Kittle Court. Oh, I missed it. Judge Dredd. Well, the one thing that I would warn everybody is so many things don't make sense about what's going on right now. So do your best to prepare for the worst. Seriously. And make sure you got water and food for as much as you can afford for as long as you can afford. And pay close attention to what's going on, because boy, if the stuff hits the fan, we're all in a lot of trouble. Same thing with our dollar busting and all that, which I don't know, because so many countries depend on it that they may be able to float that even through just extreme negatives, but so many things aren't making sense. And I mean, they've militarized our police for so long, and now they're using these cops that are better armed than our military was fighting our wars. And it's a scary thing. And even the military guys are saying the enemies that they took as known terrorists and known criminals, they treated good and fed them, and they weren't abused or mistreated, at least not most of them. And yet now innocent people are being struck down and beaten just because they got too close to the police taking somebody down. Or I mean, it's just ridiculous. So that's the one thing. If you pay attention to the ex-military guys' opinions on this stuff, they're just blown away that the police have the same outfits, same gear that they had, and they were at war. What war is the police fighting?
Well, it's like when my dad was coming back from the service, he couldn't bring back his I'm not AR, what do you call him? Garand M1.
Yeah.
He couldn't bring it back because it was an instrument of war. And yet it was a semi-automatic rifle with only 8 rounds. And now you can own a fully automatic weapon.
Yeah, for even that same Garand. Yeah, it's crazy. In fact, I just saw one of the guys I follow is oh shoot. Let me see here. I think I still have one of his videos up. Lunkers TV, and he's a sniper, and his stuff is pretty interesting. He buys guns and stuff, but he's actually a fishing guy that does all these tournaments and stuff, and it's fun to watch. But one of the guys that took him on a special hunt for this certain type of gazelle in Texas, the guy that took him, that is the guide, is a guy who was 70% burned, had a 200-pound bomb go off underneath their Hummer. And, well, it wasn't a Hummer. It was a military vehicle that was armored. And, yeah, they tell some pretty nasty stories. But they also give their opinions on what's going on today. And it's pretty sad. And he's the one that just bought that gun you were just talking about, and said that when he sees those guns come back, they're so rare. He said 10 years ago they were $400. Now they sell for $1,800.
I tried to buy one for my dad because even as old as he was, I could tell he had still the memory action of loading one, and he wanted to go target shooting because my other brothers, they took him shooting their rifles. They had Mini 14, and they had some 9mm Berettas for their because they're both correctional officers. And Dad liked it, so I thought, I'll get him a gun. Geez, some of them are $2,400.
Yeah. And the thing is, the military guys, especially the ones that, saw action, you were trained, your gun's your best friend. Your gun is everything. You took care of your gun before you took care of yourself. I mean, well, almost. But it's so important. And like this sniper guy was at one of the gun shows, and they were showing the 50 cal that he used to carry, and you could see this guy almost went into tears, and he picked it up, started playing with it, checking everything, making sure it wasn't loaded, going through the the gun the way they probably did every time they picked it up, and said, oh man, it's like being back home after years of being away. And I mean, you could see how much it meant to him. And even his wife had said, oh my gosh, you're acting like this is your long lost brother. He goes, it almost is. He says, it's really strange. He goes, I've never really thought of that before, but he goes, actually means a lot to me.
Yeah, there was. I was watching Britain's Got Talent, and I saw this one group of ladies that sang for all their British counterparts, for the war years and the war songs. And the same day, Vera Lynn, who sang "We'll Meet Again," was a song that I remember reading in history that there were certain songs that played during World War II that kept the morale of people up, and the soldiers would listen to it and think of home and all that stuff. And she just passed away at 103.
Wow.
Man, it was kind of coincidental. And D-Day was the day I got the Third Reich coin from another channel, because I only had one Nazi, and I was going to give it up because I figured, I don't want to keep something that's bad around. But then I remember that if you remember history, you'll forget how history was, and you should remember everything, the bad included. That way that we don't repeat it again.
Yeah, my uncle actually had the German helmet with the big spike on it.
Oh.
Yeah. And I was so upset that my aunt just sold it to the gun. She had a gun guy come and buy all his guns for about 20% of their value, when all of the family offered her full value. And nope, she didn't want to do it. And
Yeah.
I grew up with that helmet as a kid. We weren't allowed to hardly touch it.
Right.
We respected that it meant so much to him, and it would have been passed down in the stories that he told of his service and stuff. But
one of my great uncles, his name was Fidel. He was in World War I, also worked for the railroad. He had in one of his, what they call a parlor room, those old-fashioned houses that were 2-story, and when you walked in the house, it was straight into the kitchen, the main entrance. But there was a side entrance called a parlor room that looked like a large living room, the length of the house, the width of the house. And I walked in there. I remember as a 7-year-old, maybe 6-year-old kid, and I saw these bolt-action rifles that I know now that are bolt-action rifles, and they're all circa World War I. And he had his helmet, the pill helmet, the ones they used to use. Yeah, he was in World War I, and I asked him about it, and I was touching his gun. He was telling me, "Don't touch that gun. You don't need to touch that gun." It scared the crap out of me. And I asked him, "Why? Is it dangerous?" And he goes, "No, but little boys shouldn't touch guns." And I said, "Okay, whatever." And but he had hand grenades in there. He had large bullets. I couldn't even tell you the caliber of it. And he started telling me that he was in World War I. He went to France, and that it was a special type of war that they fought inside of trenches. And I said, "What's a trench?" And he goes, "Basically a long hole in the ground." And but he didn't talk much about shooting or anything. They just said he lived in a trench.
Well, that trench warfare was a whole different thing than what they were always used to.
Yeah.
That changed. That's where the the machete, or what's the knife on the end of the gun? Bayonets, to be able to be removed, and they were made differently because of hand-to-hand in the trenches. And there's a lot of changes made because of that type of warfare. It was stuff we weren't used to.
Well, it's odd that the only thing that survives from my dad's war years, besides his medals, is he has a long Japanese bayonet that he brought home. I did research and found out my great-grandpa was in World War II, the Red Arrow Division. Yeah, the Red Run is what they call it. Oh, the Arrow? Man, that's different. I'm trying to remember if the Big Red One is the same as the one he just mentioned.
Well, it's interesting because you start to talk about some of this stuff, and by the time we were doing the world wars and I forget the one just prior, but those wars, you know, our military's uniforms were pretty well set up. But
Well, I
when
kind of
you
like,
go
I
back,
kinda like the uniforms today. Now they're paying homage to the World War generation. So the U.S. Army now is going back to khaki and brown.
yeah, when you go back to the Civil War, there was so much confusion that there was a lot of what you call when you end up shooting your own people.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, because the outfits they were wearing was kind of based on the towns you were coming from, and a lot of them screwed up on their colors and started wearing similar colors, or the colored parts were like some of the opposing soldiers. So yeah, there was tons of confusion, and that first year of battle was pretty horrible because I mean you never knew, you know, if it was friend or foe shooting at you. So, and the other thing with that one is, yeah, friendly fire. Thank you. Um, so many of them were trained at West Point, and because the way wars were fought by soldiers with respect and honor and all that, you were expected to march right into cannon fire. Didn't matter if it was aimed right at you. You marched, and if you turned and ran, the commanding officer shot you in the back. So, in fact, if I remember correctly, that's why they had pistols, was so they could make sure nobody ran. I mean, there's so many stories about that kind of stuff. And the cannon fire back then, I mean, it plowed through a half a dozen to dozen people before it stopped. And then the exploding ones and all that. Oh my gosh, it's some pretty crazy stuff. I have a book that shows all these pictures of the warfare, and it'll make you sick to your stomach looking at the pictures. You can tell that. I mean, it was called one of the bloodiest wars in the United States for a reason, and a lot of people died in small amounts of time in small areas, and yeah, it was pretty bad.
well, you can imagine how many West Point cadets that graduated actually fought in other wars, and then when the Civil War broke out, they had to choose a side.
Yeah, and keep in mind that they were taught the same tactics. So
Mm-hmm.
Jefferson Davis going against these other guys, they were all taught the same things. So it really makes me wonder what they drew on for, you know, trying to fight that war. Um, Pretty strange stuff. Yeah, I was really shocked when you read the names of the cadets and stuff at that time that were at West Point. I mean, they all ended up, you know, the top generals and stuff. So pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wikipedia, and they're showing the list of all the officers that graduated from the West Point and where they served first before the like, for example, Samuel Cooper, who was a colonel with the United States Army, and then he became a general with the Confederate States Army. And he was in the Second Seminole War, Mexican American War. He was the Adjutant General of the U.S. Army, Adjutant General, and Inspector General of the Confederate Army States.
Yeah, well, a lot of them fought the so-called Indian Wars, but that was them decimating the tribes when, you know, the men were out hunting and stuff, and they just go in and destroy everyone. It's pretty sad. The times when they came up against the actual men, you know, the braves that were fighting, they lost most of those wars because they couldn't see them. They were hiding so well, they'd ride right past them. It's pretty crazy. I've got some really great books on the Indian Wars and the true numbers behind them. And I mean, of course, there are, you know, some pretty outrageous stuff that happened. I know David talked about the Trail of Tears and that stuff, but supposedly the only war they lost was with, the one with Custer, according to American history. But no, we lost 90% of those wars. Those guys were fighting other Indian tribes. They were, well, what I would almost call like a Marine at the time, somebody who was trained to fight from such a young age in the areas they were in, and to use everything they could to hide themselves and advance on the others. And it's really interesting reads, but I mean, it's pretty sad to read our history books that don't give them any credit whatsoever and do just the opposite, take it all away.
Yeah. There's some pretty interesting names here.
Oh yeah, well, it was almost probably 80% of all the big names came from West Point. The other ones, there's a few of them, but West Point was the major one.
Mm-hmm. Annapolis would be the other one.
Yeah, and I think there's one or two others that were really big, but yeah, West Point's the one that they really pushed for being one of the best.
I think there was also some military academies that were like boarding schools.
Take care, Jesse. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's just that I remember a movie where they were having junior cadets, and they were fighting for the Confederacy. I forget the movie, but I looked it up one time, and it was true. There were some academies in the South that were made for boarding for children, for the wealthy.
Give me a minute. I'm trying to get to something. So I've put away a lot of the books so my grandkids couldn't find them. Oh, I might lose you. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, folks. What should we talk about? Let's see. Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Did you see my warning?
Yeah, I did.
Battery warning. It says battery warning. You need to do something about it, and then it goes boink, and it's gone.
Hey, did you get a chance to talk to Darren today?
I talked to him early this morning.
Oh, okay.
But I was really impressed. Have you seen some of his old videos?
Some I've been through only a couple of them, not a whole lot.
The guy can sing. I mean, he's got some amazing videos. So here's one of the books. Now this is
Major F. Williams.
Now I'll leave it right there for a second so you guys can read that. Now, I need to be careful what I show here, but
Is that the cover or the inside page?
that's the inside page. And I bought one that was already messed up because the ones that weren't messed up were very valuable. And I think I do have one, but there's several hundred pages, and it gives big in-depths on
most of the generals from both sides. And then there's actually photos of the war. And on some pages, like this is Gettysburg battle. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pictures on just one page. And it's all just the absolute worst parts of war that you could see, including animals and women. And yeah, it's horrible. But actually it gives you a clue of what the Civil War was like, because they said, the towns that were close to some of those major battles, even the children were completely mentally screwed up for the rest of their lives because of it.
Yeah.
And you look at some of these pictures, and yeah, I completely believe it. It's just horrible. There's things in the pictures that I would have never thought of. And that's the problem about those kind of wars, is there's so much to it that you just don't have a clue about. And what our poor soldiers have gone through with our modern day wars, my gosh, I can't even imagine. But yeah, looking at this gives you a good clue. Here's one of the pictures of Lincoln. So it's a really interesting book, and if you're into the Civil War, it's a major book with all the war or the major battles talked about, portraits of the leaders and commanders of both sides. So, and this is one of my later ones. I thought the pictures weren't that good on this one. The ones that is from, I have one from 1868 or 1867. And that one, the pictures are just extremely brilliant. And yeah, first true battle that was in complete pictures. Yeah, and that's probably why this one is was cheaper, was because it was the later year, not that first edition. Okay, back to coins.
I'm looking at my dad's boxing picture in 1941.
Cool. Well, the one thing that does relate to the Civil War times that I have is that one note I showed. Here, I'll show it one more time. So, and it deals with what we're dealing with now, which is the coin shortage.
Right.
So that one was created in 1963. So this is right at the tail end of the Civil War. Or no, this is
Mid-center.
yeah. So the thing you got to understand is at this point, people were hoarding the copper coins.
Right.
So, and silver coins, yeah, those that could, but most people couldn't afford the silver. Most of them lived off of pennies, pennies and nickels. That made up most of the currency. And if you realize that the shortage was bad enough that they noticed and had to start making these notes. The story about it's pretty interesting. So, and it always cracked me up because here this was to help everybody out and stuff. But then when you read it, a lot of them on the back say that they can't be used for taxes. This one says dues except customs. Well, I have seen them say that though. But interesting what they say they're not good for. It's like if they're making money to replace the coins, shouldn't it be good for everything?
Yeah.
Strange the way things work. So, and same thing with having everybody having to turn in the gold. It's like, you imagine hoarding gold for your family, and sure, you may only have a couple coins, but it's something that took you years and years and years of your life to be able to collect and then save, and then you have to turn it in or you're breaking the law. The money that you saved, the gold.
Yeah.
That just, I don't understand that. That's just so frustrating.
And just think of all the change over the years of retail that I had to do with the cash office box, of all the coins and dollar bills that I went through, that I kind of, stop for a second or two to check a few of them out.
Oh, yeah. People who work the registers and stuff that finally get into coin collecting make a killing. When you have that much, well, like I have a couple banker friends, one that's the manager, and I know for a fact they go through the money, and they're not supposed to, but once you learn how valuable some things are, like when the West Point quarters first came out, I told that person then about that, and they didn't believe me. And then they checked eBay, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, $10 a coin?"
Mm-hmm.
Like, or more at the beginning. So pretty crazy. So, and they also didn't believe me that some of the brand new coins graded in a good grade made a lot more money.
Yep.
But then they saw that too, and it's like, oh my gosh, do you realize how many of those go through my hand? It's like, why do you think I'm telling you? But yeah, it's crazy where we're at with the coin collecting stuff, because collecting the presidential dollars and Susan B. Anthony and all that stuff. Yeah, it had some value here and there, and the errors, of course. But now, it's just because of a mint mark made it valuable. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, and the other thing that I tell new collectors or young collectors is, if I had the choice to pick certain coins or change my coins for certain coins, I would like all my D Mint coins to be from the other D Mint, not Denver.
I don't follow.
Oh, good. Okay, somebody's going to have to help me. Lemonhead or Michael Kittle. I believe it's DeLunga, Georgia, but I'm not positive. But I think 90% or all of those coins were gold, and it was like 1840s and back.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I have to look it up to be certain, but now that one friend of mine that has all those gold coins has a ton. So, and they're like mint state coins. Pretty crazy.
Yeah. I'm staring at your pennies right now.
Yeah, it was fun going through those early dates.
Did you finish all the bag?
Well, the teens, I threw them all back in the bag and never went all the way through. And the 20s, I need to hurry up and get them back before they spread too far.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't completely go through the bag. It's kind of mixed up a little bit, so I don't know. I know this pile here is mostly what I went through, but some of it has fallen back. So, Yeah.
Yeah, I have about $125 worth of nickels and pennies I need to send back. I'm pretty sure they'll be happy to see me.
Thank you, Lemon. 1838 to 1861 only. Dalunga, Georgia.
Are
Oh,
they like half ounce gold or full
yeah,
ounce?
you have to look in the Red Book for them. I'm not sure. I think it was a variety of denominations. And I think it was 100% gold, but I'm not sure. Because I think the reason for it was that there was a gold mine that was super active at that time there. So, pretty crazy stuff. Most people had no clue that there's another D Mint. So I'm glad you weren't aware, because that was kind of fun to prove my point. And what a great thing to say is like, do you realize how many deminted coins I have? Even if 1% of them were those coins, I'd be filthy rich. More than. Wait a minute. What's more than filthy rich?
I don't have no idea because I haven't gone that far.
Yeah, my problem is I'm rich, not wealthy. But I do have a lot of coins. Lemon says there's 8 mints.
I'm looking at what kind of gold coins were they called?
U.S. coin.
U.S. coin.
Yeah.
Double eagles.
Well, just look for the dates 1838 to 1861 and look for the D mint mark. Or it may just say Dalanga behind it. I know I'm saying it wrong, guys. I'm stuck because that's the way it has ended up in my head. Are you laughing at me, Rhonda? Yeah, pretty interesting. And, most people don't know much about our colonial coins. And, oh my gosh, there's some really amazing coins in them. You really need to take the time and go through your red books. So, some pretty neat stuff. I have no idea, Rhonda.
And this
But
is
I tell you, I will never become filthy rich without my entire family becoming the same. So one thing I'm pretty good at is sharing my monies, and like a lot of the coins that I get graded and stuff, my grandkids have. Well, actually, mostly my oldest grandkid, but I'm starting the next 2 in line.
gold dollars. 1849 to 1889, 1849 to 1854. 1854 to 1856, 1856 to 1889.
Okay, I'll start to show you guys. Somebody mentioned patterns, and that made me remember this. Let me change my camera. Ooh, wrong button.
That's okay, as long as they don't fall to the floor.
I'm just glad I was holding on to it and would have smashed my camera into that table. Not good.
So you haven't gone through the majority of your pennies you got.
Oh gosh, no.
Okay.
For the airtights, and I like to tell it this way. I'm at about
maybe 15%. And I've spent over $5,000 on my airtights. Okay, so this is, can you guys read that or is it too bright?
The Zasha Heifetz collection.
Yeah, 1989. So this is actually a hardbound book that was made for this auction. And it made $16 million. But now some of the coins that are in here have sold for millions of dollars. So if this collection was to sell again right now, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine how much it'd be worth. And some of these coins, so this was at Superior Galleries in Beverly Hills. And here's the guy that owned them all, and a little bit of story about him. So, pretty interesting. He was born in part of Russian Poland in 1901 and amassed this amazing collection. So here's some of the key coins. But the pattern coins this man had was just amazing. Let me get to so there's the gold coins. And you recognize all these ones, but you won't soon. There's some pretty amazing coins in this book.
Well, from 899, I can see 828, 1222. I can recognize those, but the ones above it,
Yeah, and like this one here, half dime, 1792. That's this one. So, and I'm sure Michael's or Lemon's already saying what those ones are. I forget. And then, so you guys recognize all those coins. And yes, I'm just sliding this across my pennies. Middleton tokens. So give me just 1 second here. So which one is that, Michael? Is that the first ones or all of them? Because that one looks different than the rest of them. I see the date on that one's 92. This is 96. Hello, Linda. I'm going through Beverly Hills auction from 1970 or 1989, and it saw $16 million. But we were talking about if it was sold today. And I was showing pictures of some of the coins that were in it. And let me look this up really quick. So the 890 coin sold for $30,000. the 887 coin sold for 6,600. So, and to give us a little better idea here, let me go to the half dime because that thing's awesome. So let's see, what date was it again? 1792 half dime. And that sold for $34,000. Now, it looks like it's awful good condition. Oh, I think I was misreading that. It's 1792. And Michael Kittle is probably laughing at me. 1892 halftime, says who? In AEU condition, it sells for $175,000. And if that's mint state, it's $250,000. By the time you hit 63, it's 280, and 64 is almost $500,000 at 450. A 65 is 525. Let's see what the best one is. There was a 68, one of them, and it's sold, or its value is $1.3 million. And that one sold for what I say, 30,000. Oh my gosh, that's just crazy. And then there's coins in here that you just, unless you know pattern coins. And do you understand what pattern coins are, Hector?
Yes.
I'm wondering why
A little bit more on this DeLonga mint. It was seized in 1861 by the Confederacy. They only minted 1,597 1961 Ds, and they were called half eagles that stuck there at the mint. Later on, after the war, they didn't reopen it again and became a college in 1873.
Oh, Michael Kittle has written, recent research from the Jefferson records show that Jefferson had most, if not all, of the 1792 half dimes made, and he took delivery of them and spent them as he traveled from Philly to Virginia. Oh man, how cool is that? So if you own one of those coins, chances are
he actually handled it.
Wow, that's crazy.
You know, it's funny how that mintage of that coin was produced from 1838 to 1907.
Which one?
The DeLonga.
Oh,
Only partial year of 1861 was made during the Confederacy, before it was seized by the Confederacy itself. And they've only minted 1,597 of them.
wow. So
A little bit of history there.
Michael Kittle said that a journal shows Thomas Jefferson paying people throughout his journey in pounds and shillings. And then right after he visited Philadelphia, his journal changed to half dime increments. Very cool. A few of them were retained by mint workers too. The Rittenhouse example, mint director, is now owned by the ANA, and it's PCGS. Oh, so it's the only MS-68. How interesting. Hey, Majestic. I'm showing that Beverly Hills auction book again. So we were just talking about this coin, the 1792 half dime, and that Thomas Jefferson. Well, you need to read Michael Kittle's comments, but he took charge of the coins, or took took delivery of them from the mint. But I just looked it up, and the MS-68 one is valued at $1.3 million. And in this, I don't know what condition that is. It looks awful nice. Sold for $30,000 in 1987. Boy, I'm screwing up on my dates, aren't I? Okay, let's get to some of the pattern coins. Pattern. All of these. That's a real nice one. I like that one a lot. Look how nice Liberty looks in that one. And that's 25 cents. That's a beautiful coin. Now, why would they make that? 1869, so they went to the seated Liberty instead. Which one's more beautiful, this one or the seated Liberty? I like the seated Liberty a lot, but oh my gosh, that's such a gorgeous coin. Anybody else agree? Oh, and those are, we did a very similar to that with the $1 before the Morgan. So, Morgan, or this one. She's a lot more feminine. Yeah, this is a fun look. Those coins. Can you imagine owning one of these in your collection, and in some cases, a couple? And these were all in just your collection? Well, I'm sure there was a few, because normally when they did these, they made a few of them, but holy cow.
Hey,
That's
Majestic.
crazy that one person ended up with so many.
Armando, how you doing?
Hey, Armando. All right, I'm showing a Beverly Hills auction that happened in '89. We were just going through the values of a couple of them because this only realized $16 million, and one of the coins we just looked at, well, in MS-68 sold for 1.3, but the one they show in this book probably is a $500,000, and they sold it for 30 grand. So, and these are all the coins that were made for the mint to be picked through to see if they wanted to do these designs. And now I forget what that's called.
Just out of curiosity, does most of the Treasury have these coins?
Pattern coins. I don't know how many. I'm not that good at pattern coins.
Mm.
Maybe Lemon or Michael has some information on that, but I think there was like a half a dozen to a dozen of them made, so the directors of the mints would get their hands on them, or the people who were picking the next coins could go through them and check them out. But I don't know, some of these are just So beautiful. And the trade dollar, I don't really care for the trade dollar. But if that was the trade dollar, I don't know. That one's pretty cool. Don't care for that one so much. And don't get me wrong, the trade dollar is pretty cool.
Mhm.
But some of these large head figures are just very interesting. Oh, Michael says some patterns were made to test the design, while others were minted to test the metallic composition.
What about as they started production and the pattern coins are actually enhanced the testing, the production? Did they keep any sets as the first initial, and they like some car companies they have their cars that are prototypes and they destroy them, and then others they'll keep a car of each year in each production year, like
Yeah.
Corvette, like a Corvette's got every year ever made.
I think Smithsonian has quite a collection of them. And, oh, shoot, there's another one that does too, but this was just a private collector
Right.
that owned all these. And who knows? Maybe he was somehow related to one of the directors of the mints or some other way of, relations. But
It's just like I was come across a curio. In 1969, they made that 1 peso, and they produced 28 production pattern coins of the 1969 un peso in Mexico. Well, 10 of them were still in the mint. I'm sorry, 18 were still in the mint, and 10 walked off. Stax Barros did an auction on one of them, and they sold for $5,000. One of the 1969 pattern coins.
so these Morgans, they're just, the fonts are a little different. The sizes of motto is a little different. The dates are a little different. It'd be fun to have a bunch of experts take this on as some fun project and come up with a modern day value. Can you imagine? I mean, there's got to be a couple $100 million worth of coins in this book. Oh, and to tell you guys, let's see here. It starts at lot number 1 and goes to lot number 6,197. So there's 61, well, almost 6,200 coins in this book. Now, not all of them sold for the big money. There's like eagles and eagle cents and stuff in here, but they're all nicer coins for the most part. So they didn't do the grading the same. Although 87 they had the grades, but I think with these type of things it was a little different.
Now, there's some I've never seen before.
And look at the tones on some of these. They're absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, let's look one up. Oh, there we go. 1877 Indian head. Let's look up that one. So that's the key date. And it looks like it's in, well, that one actually looks like it's a proof. That one sold for $3,700.
That's not bad.
Yeah, but it's the key date coin.
Right. Too low a price, you think?
It well, it depends. If it's the proof could be not as valuable as the one meant for circulation. I really don't know. Let me look really quick here. Indian. All right, the 1877 in red for a 65 is 30 grand. A 66 is 125 grand. And although they have a 66 plus shown as there's no price on it, no valuation of price. But now let me go back and see if the proof coin. Yeah, 1877 proof. Oh, and that one's a cameo. Because I'm pretty sure that's what that is a proof cameo. And yeah, their value is totally different. For a 65, it's 15 grand, and for a 66, it's 36,000. Isn't that crazy? That
Yep.
the coin is worth so little compared to that meant for circulation. But now there were 900 minted for the proof coins, and in Cameo, there's like a dozen coins known. And let me go back. And I'll read. I know there's probably some comments. I'll read them in just a minute. There was almost 1 million of them made. But if I remember correctly, something happened, like a whole bunch got destroyed or something. I forgot what it is. Let's see what people are saying in the comments. So what's the deal with the 1877? Why is this proof coin worth so little and the business strikes are worth so much when there was almost 1 million of them minted and only 900 of the proofs? And only a dozen in Cameo. That's so strange. And see, that's the weird thing about our coins. How can, coins that there's only 12 of, well, there's more from NGC and stuff, but with PZDS, there's only 12 that hit Cameo, and they're worth, $10,000. Strange. Okay, let's look up another one. Let's look up.
Let's look for the lot 3588, the one dime.
3588. This one.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 18. Is it 64?
1904.
1904. Like, I don't know my barbers. Well, but some of them could be patterns. Okay. 3588.
Amy, how you doing, Amy? Nice to see you, Amy.
Okay, I'm looking in a auction that happened in 1989 in Beverly Hills, and it made $16 million. And there's, what'd I say, 61,000 coins? Yeah, 6,100 coins that were in this auction. And a lot of them are pattern coins and stuff. So we're just looking up a few prices. So 3588. Hope you're comfortable, Amy. 3588. $1,100. So see, some of these sold for pretty reasonable prices, considering look at the color and stuff on that one.
I know. I was
I
going
can
to say.
imagine these tones were just absolutely breathtaking. So now let's get to a couple of the really unique ones, because there's some in here that are just crazy, interesting coins that you've probably never heard of unless you heard it from me. Let's see here. So we'll go through a whole bunch of these gold coins and some of these real special ones. And some really nice notes. Okay, here's one of my favorite things in the whole book. Now this is a 1868 proof set made out of aluminum.
That's crazy.
And it came in its own case. And I think Michael Kittle had told me once before that it was one of several. There was more than one of these. And that it was done for like the mint director or something. I forget now.
Even the penny is made into aluminum casting, huh? Or is it stamped?
Yeah, now, let me look this one up. Yeah, and there's tons of pattern coins in this man's collection. This was all owned by one man, an immigrant. 3283. Talk about the American dream. $68,000 for that set.
Jeez.
Yeah, but what would it sell for today?
I was just thinking that just now myself.
Pretty crazy. And it's really neat. This is a fun book because it gives descriptions and stuff as you go through here. You can look up each coin and find out more information. Let me find that one dime. And I'll show the picture one more time. So it's this one. It's a 1792 half dime. Man, that's so cool. I like that eagle. Sorry guys, I'm a little shaky today.
No
Okay,
problem.
891. I've got a whole bunch of alarms that are about to go off. Let me go shut some of these off before they scare everybody.
You're like me. I have my phones, my weather station. What else? I have 3 or 4 of them.
Well, I've screwed
I like
up
that one.
on getting some things out, so I wanted to make sure I was up bright and early. I don't normally sleep a whole bunch, and the last couple of days I've needed to get stuff done, and I've slept almost the afternoon. It's like, holy cow, I never do that. Okay, so 891, so that half dime. When we looked it up, the MS-68, which there was just one, sold for $1.3 million. And it seems like the 65 was like $500,000, if I'm remembering correctly.
And when we get to the description, I'll just put it on the camera so you guys can see it.
Okay. Okay, Amy. Take care.
All right, take care. You have a nice day too, if you can. 93 is right here. So it gives some of the, like the Bryn book. A forest coin. Often found with a lot of problems.
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
An important type of coin that often is found with a lot of problems. One can imagine the hurry up and wait frustrations of a mint employee that could not coin precious silver or gold until a bond could be posted by the mint directors. Luckily for collectors, they were able to coin quantities of the half cent and large cents, at least enough to show the mint project as a viable idea for the new country. Because this is one of the first. 1793, I mean, that's right at the beginning of our coins. Crazy. Yeah, pretty neat book. It's really interesting to go through this, and there's a lot of aren't shown in the pictures that have some pictures. Like, look how beautiful our notes were. Why did they stop making stuff like this? Well, now keep in mind, this is some of the really wanted notes: the educational, the agriculture. These
Mhm.
ones were just known for being absolutely.
And those are silver certificates too?
What's that?
I just noticed that there says silver certificate on each of the notes. 1896 and then 1891.
Yeah, 2 silver. Because it was all backed by silver.
Yeah.
Now our money's worthless. With a promise. It's all just a promise now. Backed by nothing.
Who's that on the bill on the 5737 lot?
William Wyndham.
Never heard of it. Must have been one of the treasurers or.
Oh, take pity on poor Mr. Wyndham during the uproars 1880s and 1890s. The great debate going on in the halls of Congress and throughout our nation press was the so-called silver question. What it boiled down to was whether America should be blessed with hard money, gold-backed system, or one in which paper money and cheap silver would rule. Isn't this interesting?
Yeah.
Man, if only they knew. Can you imagine somebody from this time period and going through Congress with the issues of this and realizing what happened because of all this? I
Right.
mean, silver, at least silver still had a value, but they were considering it, extremely cheap, backed by silver and not gold. And now it's backed by nothing.
Well, right now silver is at $18 an ounce.
Is it? Well, thank goodness. It should be over 20 right now. It frustrates the crap out of me. Well, this is interesting stuff, and it's really neat to get to see some of these notes. A few of these I've actually got to hold some pretty nice samples of. Look at this one. That's just gorgeous. 1896 $5 silver certificate. $20. Let's see. Oh, what's this? So isn't it neat that this is an auction book meant for people to preview things that were going to be in the auction?
Uh-huh.
And look at the history it holds. The descriptions of the notes, like that one we just read about, the issues going on because of money being backed by, the cheap silver and paper. And this is just simply a auction book meant to help people pick these things out and purchase them.
You know Silver Stack, Slow Stacker?
No.
I just got he's very close to me. He's only like 30 miles from my house. And he sent me a sticker. But it's on a Velcro patch.
Oh, cool.
Refunding certificates, United States refunding certificate, $10. That's a term I never heard with money associated. Refunding certificate.
Paying 4% annually.
What's better than now?
That's crazy. 200 of those being accounted for. Only 800 of these remained outstanding, with barely 200 being accounted for. This is scarce by anyone's reckoning and should be kept in mind when bidding. $400 and up. I'll take 5 of them.
Jeez. I'll barely do one.
I don't even know how to look that one up. I mean, I doubt that's in our currency book. It's a refunding note. It's not a... That's weird. How interesting. Yeah, I have a lot of fun going through this and reading up all the descriptions and looking at some of the pictures of some of the notes. Now, I don't mean to say it in a joking manner, but that top note wouldn't even be allowed to be displayed as a poster.
Yeah.
And isn't that crazy that was our currency? And now that
Yep.
would be accepted by today's people. And I'm sure it was representing a mother and child, like most of these probably are.
eBay is selling one of them. And it's graded by PCGS. It's a $18.79 $10 refunding certificate with a 53 PPQ about new. And
All
the
right.
bid to buy it now, you can buy it for $9,500.
pretty crazy. Yeah,
So
those
they're
are
out there.
$600 to $800 for this one. Gem crisp, uncirculated.
Wow, that's
Yeah, that's
for
way
that
up.
heat. Yeah.
So it'd be fun to go through a auction house and find where some of these have sold. And I wonder if any of them refer back to this guy who owned this as being, from that collection. I'm sure they do. Because this has got to be a pretty amazing collection that, not too many people had. $1,000 to $1,200 for this one. $2,000 to $2,400 for that one.
Yeah, I'm surprised the artwork sometimes surprises me they're allowed to be on I mean, I don't think it would happen nowadays.
Oh gosh, no. Oh, here we go. Now that's really neat. No, what are these? Some of my favorite ones. I've been trying so hard to get one of these. They are way out of my price range. And it's selling for $350 and up in a time that I was actually collecting. And could I have afforded that? Yeah, I would have been able to afford that at the time. I wouldn't be spending that kind of money on something like this, but yeah, I could have afforded it. 1987.
Something that is a nice coin. That is a nice paperback. I wonder who the Indian person is.
It just says Indian Chief Design.
Armando says he's looking for about 10 Canadian cents to complete the set. Anyone has any 1923 to 1927, 29, 30, 31, 35, and 2012. I do have a. Let me see. Where'd I have that? Where'd I put that at? I have.
Well, I've actually promised the Canadian coins that I've got to another person, but I'll have to check and see because I know I do have a bunch of those. Not sure I have doubles though, but I can check, Armando. I have a huge bag of older Canadian coins. So, in the 2012, I don't think I have that one, but the rest of them, unless they're key dates.
What condition does Armando? What condition do you want them in? What kind of grade? Because I got a little bit of Canadian coins, and I don't know. I have those exact years, but I'm going through them right now.
Oh, Lemonhead says he's got most of them.
I've got a 59, the only one I found so far.
He needs 35 and before.
Right. 78, 76, 77, 73.
Oh. My feet are numb.
My feet sometimes get that way when I sit too long. 2004, 1950. Nope, 1981. Why am I struggling? I should get my magnifying glass. Let's do it. 2064, 89.
And most of my times are 37 and after.
2006.
So he's after the ones that are from because the way the albums or folders go is
50,
1936 to 52. And funny, Armando, because I did ask you about any world coins. He just wants circulated.
Okay.
Yeah, Armando, here, I'll do it for you. Armando, do you want me to put the email that I have in chat, or are you putting a different one in? Because it's easy enough for me to put the one I have in.
The oldest one I've got is a 59 and a 62. And I only have a 2011 that's more modern.
Okay, so it is the one I have. If for some reason it isn't, just let me know and I'll delete it.
Sorry, Mondo. I don't anything older than 59.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I have them too, but if Lemonhead is telling you he has them, you should just get them from him. You'll get a great deal, and he's normally pretty careful on the coins he picks, so. Yeah, Lemonhead, do you know Armando? Well, you're both extremely trustworthy people in my book, so just so you know. Me and Lemon go a little ways back, probably almost a year or so, but he's been on here selling stuff for a long time. Oh, and that's funny because I was looking at the dimes instead of the pennies. So he's after 10-cent coins. So did you get that one right, Hector? Yeah, Lemonhead's a really good guy. You'll be happy with anything you get from him. There's only two people who I mention when I'm talking about people who sell coins on here. And one is Michael Kittle, normally with extreme coins and up, but also some the opposite direction. And Lemonhead Penny with the coins that a lot of people are looking for in pretty good condition and errors, varieties. I don't think I mentioned anybody else. Only these two people. Well, interesting stuff. It's neat to go through this book. And the price sheet is a lot of fun. Because you can just scroll through the price sheet until you find coins that are, 50 grand. But normally, most of them are less. Most of them are in the $20,000 and less range. So, pretty interesting stuff. You look at how many coins are here for a couple $100 or less. 133, 121, 2670. I wonder which it is. So for $131, you could have got the silver dollars, 1881S and 1884O. Mint state 65, lot of 2 coins. Let's see if he has some Carson cities here. Which Carson city is the one worth a lot more money? The only one I can think of right now is the 85. Oh, the 1884S is a valuable coin in higher grades. Yeah, I don't see one though. Oh, 1884S. Mint state 63. I don't think they have anything higher than 63 here. $27.50. $3,700 for a MS63 1884S. Let's see what that one is. Okay, the one they list here is semi-proof like bright lustrous surfaces with a hint of toning. Mint state 63. And I said it was $3,700. And for a 63 is 50 grand. Wow. So since 1987, that coin has gone up considerably. That's crazy. Oh, but it doesn't look like they sell for that much. 220, one sold for 26 grand. So that's sad. Years ago, one sold it, well, years ago, January 2019, sold for 40 grand. But this one's proof like. Oh, and there is a proof like option here. 75 grand. Oh, that's cool. Well, it looks like Hector his computer locked, and now he's on his phone. Yeah, Lemonhead, he's a good guy. I've had a lot of fun doing some deals with him. Nice, honest fella. Let me look up the Carson cities and see which one's the valuable Carson city, unless somebody can tell me. Lemon, do you know which Carson city is the valuable one for the Morgans? I don't know my Carson cities well enough. But I know there's a couple that are pretty extreme. Oh, I can look in my PCGS book. Or the gray sheet. Let's see here. I think PCGS would be better. So if you're a member of PCGS, you get this every couple months. Or coin market like that. Nice. Thank you. 1889. And I was on 1884, so I'm close. Okay, they have three of them. Two of them are deep mirror proof likes, One's a 63, one's a 61. Okay. So what I'm looking up right now is a deep mirror proof like needle sharp strike over Liberty's ear. Let's see here. A two-tone example of this scarce date. Okay, basically 8,000. 7,975 for a 63 deep mirror proof like. Oh, wait a minute. So it's not a proof coin, it's a proof like. Because they graded it mint state 63. Okay, I'll look this one up. 11 of you listening or lurking. Either way is fine with me. 1889 Carson City. Deep. Well, let's see. What's a mint state 63 go for? Oh my. A mint state 63 is 45 grand. But the deep mirror proof like in 63 is 85 grand. And what I say? 8 grand. So it went from $8,000 to $85,000, more than 10 times its value since 1989. So in 31 years, it jumped 10 times its value. 31 years. Think about that, guys. So while you're working and you're still a young person, young man, young woman, you bought one of these coins for 8 grand. That's be pretty tough for most people. But if you bought it over 10 years and then waited 30 something more years, and the deep mirror proof like the 89 Carson City is gorgeous. Their highest grade is a 64 plus. And the 64 plus sells for wham! 63 is 85 grand, but a 64 plus is $275,000. There's only been one. That is crazy. Wow. Pretty crazy. Fun stuff. I just love looking at this stuff. And I was so lucky. This is an eBay item that I found, this book. And the guy that put the description down said a few colored pictures. But the whole book has pictures. But there are only a few pages that have colored pictures. But the way he wrote it, and he didn't say how many pages were in this, and he said it was an auction book, and he didn't even mention that it was from Beverly Hills, which seemed to me to be major key points if you're trying to sell this book. And thank goodness it had the price sheet with it of realized prices. Or no, I think these were asking prices. Let's see here. Yeah, these are bidding prices. So these are start bidding prices. So these coins might have gone for more than that. Let's see here. So this one got $250,000 or nearly. That one's almost 300,000. Wow. Pretty cool. Mark and Ira Goldberg, California Auction Company. That's amazing. Yeah, I think you're right, Lemon. It would have to be start bidding price. Let's see what the book was saying on some of this. Oh, so here it's talking about an earlier sale from Bowers and Rudy Garrett's sale in 81, and it realized 32 grand. I don't see where they have a price on it, so that's probably just, let's see, 890. I love the way the number scheme works. It's really easy to look these up. And then they have descriptions on the coins for over 6,000 coins is pretty cool. Yeah, $30,000, and they said it realized 32. So I would imagine the prices in the book are start bidding prices. Because that's $2,000 less than what it realized a couple years prior. So that's really cool. Fun, fun, fun. So cool. Can't even imagine owning a mid-grade 1700s coin. I mean, I have a 1700s coin, but you can barely tell what it is. And the date is extremely hard. Luckily, the 17 part is easier to read. But the next two digits are really tough. Yeah, I think I paid. Oh, I never finished telling my story here. I think I paid $5 for this book. So, and if I'd have known there were 6,000 coins represented and 504 pages, that certainly would have changed my pricing. $17.98 large set. What kind of condition was it in? That's cool. So they don't even have a 1798 in here. They have a 1797, and then it jumps to 1802. G4. Very cool. So this one's a fine 40, and this one's a 30. That grading looks pretty fair. Of course, what fine 40 is now extra fine. Oh, it is extra fine. Okay. And the other one's very fine. All right, that makes sense. I'll be darned. That's pretty crazy. Only 3,000 of all grades. It's pretty amazing. You know, one of the stories I read on one of our earliest coins, a young boy who was like 10 or 11 years old was given his grandfather or great-grandfather's coin collection. In the collection were some nice coins, but nothing, you know, a couple hundred years old. Most of it was like mid-1800s and up. And inside it was a leather piece that was wrapped in cloth, and once you unwrapped it, 1897, cool. So once they unwrapped it, there was a coin bound inside wax, and once they broke the wax away, and I think they heated the coin a little bit to get the rest of the wax off, and it ended up being a high grade, one of our first couple of years $50, and it sold for big money, but it had been in wax for, gosh, I don't remember how long they said, but it was in extremely good condition. Can you imagine? What a find. And that was found by a little boy. And the parents had told him that it couldn't be. Yeah, it was a huge story at the time. About 7 or 8 years ago, I think. But his family told him that, you know, he didn't know what he was talking about. That their grandfather did not have that rare of coin. And then he did all the research and stuff and found it in the book. And his mom took him to a coin shop, and the coin shop verified that it was real enough for them to have an expert check it out. And yeah, from there it became a big deal, and story in the news, and of course in all the coin stuff, coin magazines. But yeah, it was a real big deal, and I believe it got an extremely high grade. Yeah, I used to read a lot of the coin club magazines and stuff, and I've got quite a few of them starting from the 1955 or so and up. Some of them are pretty funny. The prices that they list in some of these just kill you. And of course, there's always the guy telling you he'll pay big money, and then when you read closely, everything's already rated at a certain price. Take care, David. Thanks for hanging out. I've got a deal I'm doing. I need to get a package in the mail today. That'll be a fun one. That's that. I don't know if you were here when I was mentioning I bought a 2020D box of pennies, bank wrapped, and a bunch of the 2020D quarters. Not West Point. The bats. I think they're all D's. 12 to 16 rolls, I forget now. Something like that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Might even purchase more of them once I get this lot. And it was funny because, and Lemon, I don't know if you deal with whole boxes of coins, but my mailman told me once the packages start weighing a certain amount, most of the people won't bend over. They'll drop it from the hip, even if it says fragile on it. So, I told the guy to break them up. So, we didn't get to that weight limit. So I'll have to check with him again to see what he says for weight, because I'm sure he actually knows the exact weight that they start doing that with. But even if it says fragile on it, they won't bend over to drop it into the trucks and stuff, which is very frustrating. You would think if it says fragile on it, they would bend over. No, that's what I'm getting are those coins. I'm trading a Trime key date quarter 27S, I think. And I think it's fine or very fine. And let's see here. I think I have them right here. A 1853 dime. And there's another older coin in there. And then a real high grade coin worth a couple $100. It's a 2020D. Box of pennies and full box and the bat quarters. So looking forward to it. It's the first modern coin rolls I've purchased in years. I mean, I've picked some up from the bank from time to time, but I just don't see them here in Northern Cal. They're almost always just circulated stuff. So, and of course, the person that got them was looking for the West, for the W mint mark bats, and another one too. And I think I'm getting some of those. Yeah, that's right. I'm getting 12 of the other ones too. Let's see. It's the Weir Farm quarters. I'm getting 12 rolls of those too. So that should be cool. Fun to get some more modern coins. Nope, I normally don't, Lemon. I just am really worried about what this year's gonna do. So I thought it'd be smart to get some coins. The last one I got was 2010. I got some penny rolls for the shield that was worth $100 in 67, I think, or $130, I think. So, and I felt I could find it in 68, which is why I bought those ones. And then the 2009 pennies, the commemoratives. Yeah, I try to have examples of all. So I got really lucky and I ended up with these years ago. You can see I've been in them. It's, Annex MS65 Red or Better, but I've already sent a couple of them off. One's a it's that satin finish, and it was a 68 or a 69, I forget. Not worth that much. I thought it wasn't a satin coin. And then some of the other ones I sent off were 67s. So I'm pretty sure I'll find a 68. I just didn't want to dig too deep in these rolls before I, got an idea. And I've got one of, I think I have like 12 of these. So I have most mint marks and every type. So these were actually pretty cool. They were all sealed with shrink wrap over them. Yep. You got 2 boxes of these? How much do you sell them for? Or is it always an auction? You'll have to let me know because I'm interested in. Michael Kittle said he had somebody thought they were from NGC or PCGS. So that would be cool to have some different ones. So, and the other ones that I like are these ones. Also from the Mint. And in fabulous condition for the most part. You're saving them. I don't blame you. Those are a good one to save. I've had a lot of luck with better grades with them. Like, look at this. This one's just beautiful. 2008. It's got a couple little marks in it, but it's the top coin too. But look at that. Pretty good condition. And I've been in them, so the top couple coins are normally the ones that will show a few issues. 2 $25 boxes. Awesome. Good for you. Well, if you ever do decide to start selling them, let me know. I'm always interested in stuff like that. Oh, yours are original bank wrap. Okay. Yeah, I would be really careful of the paper that they're in. If you see any toning starting on them, get them out of those rolls or those wrappers. I'd be real careful of those types of wrappers. Fantastic. Those are good boxes to have. I've gotten a couple good grades with them. $100 coins, 67. So, considering you should be able to find 68s in them. especially if you have a whole box. Good for you. If you ever come across stuff like that and you're not interested in it, send them my way. I love stuff like that. The only frustrating thing is now is I don't know what they're doing when they're minting these coins these days, but my gosh, they are covered in so many marks. Even the original bank wrapped rolls just have horrible dings and dents and so many bag marks. It's pretty sad. I'm hoping the pennies aren't that way. Normally the pennies are much better. Oh, the 2009 ones? Boy, I'm not sure. My big problem is I would never sell them as a box, as rolls. Well, here, let me check for you what Gray Sheet says. Normally, Gray Sheet's not that good for the rolls, but it'll give us a starting price. Let's see here. Coin roll sent and circulated. 2009. Yeah, see, they show them that they're $1.40 a piece. That's for the Philly 2009 cabin. $1.50 for Denver. The S is, oh, that's the proof one. $68 a roll. The splitter Phillies are $1.35. Normally, when I'm trying to buy this stuff from my dealer, I'll pay between 4 and 5 times that price. So probably, $3 to $5 a roll. But that depends on condition. I always have to open a roll and take a peek at what the coins are. Because sometimes the 2009s, there's a lot that have carbon spots or whatever you want to call those big black marks. Yeah, eBay is normally pretty good. And I normally check a few different places. I only use Gray Sheets because it's a good starter price. And for my dealers, they actually use the Gray Sheet sometimes without checking eBay. Well, my coin shops really don't care about the bank rolls. That's why they always hold them for me. And I love telling the guys, because I bought 75 rolls of the wheat penny circulated, 10 rolls or 12 rolls marked 1909 to 1914 or 1918, something like that. And then a bunch of later teens, and then a bunch of rolls marked 20s and such. There was a few 40s and only a couple 50s. Most were 30s and before. And then there was 2 rolls of 57Bs. And then there were a coin of each date and mint mark from 1934 and up to 58 for the wheats. And most of them were pretty nice coins. And then one 80 was it the 84 double ear DDO, and it wasn't graded, but it was red and really easy to see that double deer. Even I didn't need a magnifying glass, and it was a MS65 red, about $150. I paid $135 for all those coins. So I sold the double die to a friend who'd been giving me some pretty good deals, and he was thrilled to pay that price. I don't think it's a 66, but it was such a good example of that error. And then I went back to my coin dealer and told him that was in there. Hey, LAP Coins, how you doing? And told him the 84O was in that box. It was even marked error double ear. And he just doesn't care. When he found out it was worth 150, he wanted a little compensation, which that was fine with me. He always buys my graded coins, my pennies and nickels, for a pretty fair price. I give him a little bit of a break because he does so many deals for me with the coins that come in. So it works out. Well, glad to hear it, LAP. If you're interested in the coin stuff, I've been showing coins from this auction. It happened in '89. $16 million was realized, and it was a Beverly Hills auction. There's 6,000 or over 6,000 coins in this book. It was really interesting. There was a 1794 half dime that sold for 30,000, I think, and or started at 30,000. That's right. We're not really sure where that one ended up, but in PCGS, a 68 sold for 1.3 million, and the 65s were 400 or 500 grand, if I remember correctly. Fun stuff. Yeah, just let me know if you ever want to get rid of any of that stuff, Lemon. Even if it's just a few rolls. So, and I don't know what you're doing for your auctions these days, but I have about 100 graded coins. I think 60 of them are PCGS. There's some pretty neat full bands and full steps in them. Most of them are between $30 and $60, with a few higher. These are all coins that didn't make my grade I was after. So if you're ever looking for stuff like that, let me know. And then one of these days you'll have to show me your dimes if you're serious about selling. I also do trades, so if you're after certain coins. High grade raw. Yeah, I probably would be. You have to take a good look at the ends of a few of them and send me a couple pictures so I can take a look at the condition. Like I said, that year had some issues with some carbon type spots. I think it was actually washed though. But yeah, I'm normally interested. I'm sure it is. The rare Carson City one was in there, 1889. Yeah, I'll look for you. Yeah, that's normally the problem with them. Wash, rinse, whatever that was. Whatever you call it. Um, 1901. What can, do you have one? Is that why you're asking? Or trying to get one? "1901 Philadelphia." I have a bunch of 1903s. There's two. Well, there's two of them. First one's Mint State 64. It was described as a sparkling, frosty mint specimen with full, undisturbed cartwheel luster. The cheek is remarkably clean and just a few insignificant contact marks. It sounds a lot higher than 64. The date is the second rarest business strike in. Oh, so you did pick a good one. 63 is frosty, lustrous. Interesting. Okay, let me look up the start price. Now we realize this isn't what it sold for, but a starting bid price. $385 for the top one. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, I'm sorry, I'm 1,000 off on my number. 29. 15. 2,400. Didn't I say 3,000 on that last one? I think so. So I was close. And that's weird. The next one that's a lower grade is a higher price by quite a bit. I wonder why. So the bottom one, the number 2916, is listed as a start price of 6,800. Why would a 63 be worth more? Must have been gorgeous. A frosty, luxurious example. Golden toning. Well struck breast feathers. Huh. I'm shocked it's that much more. And a 1901. Is worth for 63 11 grand. That one sounds a lot better. Oh my goodness. So from a 63 to a 64 goes from 11 grand to 60 grand. And from a 63 to a 65 goes 11 grand to $300,000. And the 66 is 675. My goodness. That's a good price. Hey, Armando. Well, thank you for asking, LEP. That was fun to look up. So I was trying to come up with a better coin. We looked up the 84S, and we looked up the 89 Carson City. So pretty interesting. So is there any other coins you guys would like me to look up in this auction book? Well, let me go back to some of the pictures of the... Oh, shit, I forget what they call it now. It'll come to me in a minute. Oh, take a look at this, Armando. That is a 1868 proof set, minted out of aluminum. And if I remember correctly, I think Michael Kittle had said this was a gift set made for the Mint Director or something, and there was a couple of them made, I think. In the auction book, starting price was 33 grand. Now, these were actually minted at the mint, so they're actually mint coins from the mint. Well, let's see what the description says. Oops, darn it. Just they don't give the description the same way. Thank you, Armando. What was the copper, JC? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Can you imagine having that set today? If it was 33,000 back then, and a lot of this stuff has seen 10 times its value, pretty impressive. This one even comes in a leather case with velvet inserts, or velvet display. Yeah, what you don't have, Lemon, I probably can come up with. So just let me know the outcome. And if you have some lower grade or something, questionable issues or something, just let me know and I'll see if I can find some. Thanks for joining me, Lemon. Been fun. Next time you have to come up so we can chat uh, with voices. Yes. AU58. You're talking about the Lincoln, JC? If so, what color was it? I agree, Lemon. Appreciate you when you come around. We always have a lot to talk about. Maybe one day soon it'll be about your dimes coming my direction. Archaeology Mikey found a 39 wheat cent on the road at the Court of Honor, Boy Scouts of America Legion. Interesting. Well, I don't think I would normally sell them, Lemon, on those ones. But if I'm just making up for the couple you don't have, or if I've got, pairs of them or more, then I'm fine with selling them. I just don't like to sell when I don't have more than one. That's why I don't have problems selling most of, my pennies and nickels, because I normally have rolls of them. Oh, wood grain too. Nice. Wow. So double errors. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, if it's a key date, chances are I don't have it because I think I checked all the keys. If I would have had it, it'd have been in an airtight or brought into one of the folders. Okay, let's see here. Well, it's been a fun time this morning. Let's see here. So here's the first coin we were looking at. So it's a 1792 half dime. Pretty crazy. Pretty neat stuff. This is a fun book to go through. There's some amazing examples of our U.S. coin. Over 6,000 coins went up for sale. And there were quite a few of the patterned coins. I mean, I love these ones. Don't care for all of them. Like this one, yeah. Well, I actually like this one better than that one for some reason, but that's the one that I think is the more attractive coin. And I actually like this over our trade dollar, 72, so that would have been a trade. $1 unless it's gold, and I don't think that one is. I think it's just toned. Because I think the gold coins were all kept separately. So for those of you coming into this late, let me show you one of my new additions to my collection. Here is 70 varieties and oddities, all 1957Ds. It's all kinds of issues. Off centers and a few different stages of each. Like the filled 9, there's 7 different or 8 different types of the filled. And this one says double strike date, but it's a I think I'm blocking the light too much. It's actually a machine gun one, unfortunately. Would have been cool to have a DDO in here. But pretty cool book. Or Capital Plastics holder. And I have one more. And it's for 45 to 48. And again, a whole bunch of, there's clipped coins. And I think the best clip is 1/10. Pretty interesting stuff. So 140 coins that are types and oddities. Pretty cool. And archaeology, Mikey, the one place where families would bury their coins are under the front steps of those buildings. So kids like to copy their parents. That might be a good spot to look if you can get under them. Unfortunately, a lot of times cement steps are put in their place. Kind of hard to get under that. Hey, take care, Hector. Thanks for hopping up here and chatting with me. I appreciate it. I talked by myself to everybody for about 4 hours or so, so it was nice having you up there. So I'm probably close to going anyway. I have a bunch of stuff to get done today. Well, a few things. So pretty neat collection of 140 coins. The flaky is lamination errors. I'm not sure what the wrinkle is. It's pretty interesting. This one's kind of dark. Yeah, that was a little too dark. Let me see if I can find the other wrinkle coin. There must be two on this other one. Must have had it in better light. I'm not seeing a second wrinkle. Oh yeah, there it is. Pretty interesting. Pretty heavily textured on the devices and the fields. So I wonder what the back of that coin looks like. It looks more like wood grain. Interesting. So that's what I love about these Capitol plastic holders. You can always see the both sides of the coins. So and I do have a couple this size, one for Indians, the full set, and one for the first part of the Lincoln set. I also have one for typeset too. I forget though on the typeset. I think it's only the 2000 or 20th century one. It's only the 1900 coins. Yeah, there's some pretty neat key dates out there for dirt fishermen. bunch of cousins that do it too. What I always tell them is there's certain dates that are worth more money to find in low grades. So always look for the 1909 dates because you've got two pennies, which is the most commonly used coin in those days. A barber dime, not as many people would have it. In a quarter, a 1901 quarter, very few people would be walking around with a quarter. Now, the pennies, a lot of people were leaving those pennies on their mailboxes or their fences for postage. And if they didn't have a stamp, they would just leave a penny. And when the mailman picked up the letter out of their mailbox, which they did use, they would sometimes, I'm sure, drop pennies around. And I think that was probably a very common thing to do, would be to put the money out. And 1909S Indian and the 1909S BDB, pretty good coins to be looking for. If you studied the architectural design of certain streets in towns, it'll tell you when they were put up. So, plus a lot of those were dirt roads. So I guess that'd be a little hard with everything paved, but the ones that have the mailboxes back just a little bit might find it on that little bit of land between the sidewalk and the street. Yeah, that's the one thing that frustrates me with a lot of the dirt fishermen. The first thing they do is rub their coins, trying to get a date. I always tell them, get a little kid squirt gun, fill it with water. Spray the date if you absolutely have to, but you're better off just leaving it alone and using like a little toothbrush or something like that that's got super loose or limp fibers, or if it's already has some issues, put it in certain oils to help it out. Oh, cool. But that whole area has got a lot of early history. So my family were in the most northern part of New York in the late 1700s. So Seneca Lake area and a few other areas in that around there. Pretty neat when you know that there's a lot of history in the areas. Oh, guys, I think I better get going here and get some work done. I've been awake for a couple. Well, no, I take that back. I did get a little bit of sleep yesterday. So, nice chatting with everybody. Rhonda, thanks for coming in my stream and chatting with us. Archaeology Mikey, thanks for coming in. JC, if you're still in here, thank you. I think, Lincoln, you're probably still in here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Glad I got to show you some Ikes. I'm not sure who else is in here. Thanks for coming in. I don't care if you're a lurker. Welcome to the stream. So take care, everybody. I appreciate it. And I'll have a video out probably in the next couple days. And hopefully several after that. So I got a bunch of stuff to show off. And even gonna have some modern bank rolls. 2020 back quarters, and I forget the farm or mill ones. I think I have like 12 plus rolls of each, and then a box of 2020D pennies. So it'll be fun to check some of those out. Talk to you guys later. Yeah, he's Blue Ridge Silverhound's talking about the circulated coins, not the bank wrapped. So just in case you were saying it because of me talking about the coins that I'm getting. So all right, take care, everybody. Thanks for coming.